Hey, everybody. Welcome. Welcome. I don't know why. Hold on. Why am I so small? What is happening here? Hold on. Morning. What? What? I'm totally confused why I'm so small. Hold on. Let's try to fix this. This? Maybe? No? Yeah? No? I don't know what's happening today. This is like a computer type glitch thing. Not really understanding. It's like only showing half of the screen. I'm totally confused here. What's happening? Let's see. Solo layout. Ah, there it is. Okay, I found it. Also need to move my computer down. Okay, so good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and nobody mind my mom here, don't care. Okay. I'm a very busy person. Sometimes I feel like I don't have enough time to just sit and like breathe. Like, as you guys can see, I have not been able to even buy box dye to do this because I just don't have time. Like, the last time I was at a salon was like 2 years ago. So if anybody's a hairdresser, and you want to come to my house and fix this, like grays, just get rid of them. Like, I'm pretty easy to deal with. You just need to get rid of the grays. Just dye it my normal color black and we'll be good to go. Like, that'd be good to go. All right. So I gotta check if, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. The thing is every morning I go and I look to see who's covering the first part of the hearing, and I never know which channel. It doesn't show. Hold on. Law and Crime says live now, but it's not that they're live now on this specific thing. Let's see. Okay, maybe they are. All right, hold on. Let's check this out. All right, wait a second. Why isn't it showing full screen? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm not understanding what's happening right now. And also, what's with the buffering? I'm not understanding what's with the buffering. Maybe it's just my computer today. I don't understand. Yeah, I have it on Law and Crime. I'm gonna pull it up, but for some reason it's like buffering. It's looking at a clock. I'm not really sure what the hell's going on. See the buffering? I don't understand. I'm not understanding let me try to refresh it and see. Oh, okay. We don't want that. We don't want the ridiculous chat. Try this. Go back and then back and then hit the live button. Okay, so that's live. All right, so they conked out the audio. See, this is what it just did. So it's not just my computer. It's just when it gets to that point. I don't know why. Okay, well, I guess I'll give it a minute. I don't understand what's happening here. Okay, so it's not just me. All right, it's not just me. I'm just making sure. Thank you, Kim. Good morning, Eva. Good morning, Christina, Maureen. I know, right? Like it's a library. Hi, Trisha. Dr. Disinfect. Anna. My love. Leah. Chris. Sicilian Queen. Otter. Aurora. Jolie. Good morning, everyone. What now, doctor? What now? Well, I have it, but it's doing the buffering. So it's not just me. I'm just making sure it's not just me. Like, good morning, Melanie. Welcome. Okay, so I guess if the buffering's not just me, I'm like really worried about this buffering here. What is happening? Like, why? We don't want this. We don't need to look at this nonsense. Because that's just a bunch of people who have just been eating up propaganda. You know, I wish they would. Good morning, Heartstar. Good morning, Ash. I wish. Okay, so it's not just me. Just making sure that it's like not just me. So it was 8 yesterday, and then I think before they ended, there was more. So we're talking 10, I think. Is it right, Maureen? 10? 10 we're talking? Not buffering for you. What is happening? Doesn't make any sense. Like, why is it? Why, oh, why are you buffering? Let's refresh this page. See if that does anything. I don't know. It's weird. It is strange. See? Then it goes straight into buffering. Let's go back to law and crime. I'm not sure what the deal is with, I mean, right here. Here it is, right? Right here. Day 4. That's today. And yeah, this is sad. Oh, some of our people are over there. Does anybody want to tell them that we're live over here just so they don't have to deal with what's over there in that chat? Maybe they don't know. Morning, Shamia. Oh, so there was, okay, 1 female was let go yesterday, 3 more yesterday. Makes it 5 men and 5 women. Interesting. I try to keep up with everything lately, but I already have a hard time sleeping because of my fibro. And so I find myself falling asleep as early as I can go to sleep after all of my motherly duties are done. So I miss some things in between that. And then in the morning, I'm rushing around, get my little on the bus, do all that fun stuff. So I do miss some things. I am only human, Oh, didn't disclose her criminal history truthfully, which is weird because like your criminal history doesn't just kick you off of a jury. Like that's not, they might want you if you have nothing, like if it's on a DUI, or maybe they do want you if it's a DUI because you would understand, right? Like, so it doesn't automatically disqualify you. If it did, you wouldn't even get something to go to the jury. Like if any of your record disqualified you, like that would be that. Like they wouldn't even send you a juror thing at all. Like they can protest outside the buffer zone. That's right. They can go outside. I know, Heather. You can say that again. You can say that again. This is going by quickly. Everybody thought like a month. I said it would take about 2 weeks. I think we're right on point with the 2 weeks thing, Yeah, it could possibly mean that they were FKR. I mean, we don't know, but it could possibly mean that they were lying their way onto the jury for a reason, I'm on Law and Crime. What is happening? Hold on. Hold on, guys. We're going to refresh this Ladberry and see what's going on here. I have the audio muted. I can hear audio, but it's nothing of substance. Is it on your end just audio, Cheryl? You might have sympathy for another criminal heart star. They don't just automatically dismiss you just for having a record. So I don't just audio. Okay. So it's not just me. Let me just at least lower this audio since we don't want to be, I'm going to talk over it until they move the camera over because, oh, this stupid chat. All right. Get that out of here. Boop. Goodbye. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. So you know what I found, by the way? I checked NBC 10 and they've not started. Okay. Thank you, Kim. Guess what I found? While I was picking up my child's mess yesterday, I found the floofy pen. I found the Sewer Turtle floofy pen, y'all. Ooh. All right, let me jack this volume up. And I'll shut up now.
You are unmuted.
They do background checks, so it's stupid not to disclose, you know? Oh, thank you, Angela. But I will look out because, we'll get some trolls, no doubt. Everybody keep an eye on it and mods on your, keep it on your finger trigger here. I'm actually shocked that they're like, also, just real quick, thanks to you guys, I was able to actually order a coffee this morning from Mary Lou's, which I'm quite excited about. Although I am not excited that it doesn't allow you to say how many sugars, and I feel like it's only going to be one sugar, so I'm probably going to have to add sugar to that. But because of you guys, and I was able to actually order a coffee and indulge myself today on this beautiful Friday, and I appreciate it. I had 2 donations come in after I wasn't live anymore yesterday. One from an anonymous person for $80. Thank you very much. I appreciate you more than you know. That's going to help with my laundry. I don't have a washer and dryer, so I have to do laundromat. And I don't have a car, so that means Ubering to and from. I'll say the other one after.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near. Give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. Jurors remain standing. All other parties may be seated. Jurors, can I have each of you raise your right hand? I just have to wait 1 second, jurors. So you can put your hands down for a second. There's just one more person coming in. You can put your hands down for a second.
Put your right hand in, put your right hand out, and you shake it all about. I feel like this is where we're literally doing the hokey pokey when it comes to trying to pick these jurors. You do the hokey pokey and you weed FKR out.
Great.
That's what it's all about. He's a clerk.
You solemnly swear to make true answers to such questions as should be put forth to you by the court, so help you God. Thank you. You can have a seat. May I call the case, Your Honor?
Please.
Your Honor, this is docket number 2282CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Adam Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney David Yannetti for the Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Victoria George from the Street.
Good morning, Ms. George. Good morning, Ms.
My
Reed.
God, she's so blah.
Good morning, jurors.
On
Again,
behalf of the
I
court.
appreciate your patience, and we did get you over here within the hour. My name is Beverly Canoni. I'm a judge of this court, and I want to give you some idea on how the day is going to go for you and why we're here. So I do want to express to you that jury service is certainly one of the most important civic duties we have. So we all appreciate the fact that you're here today, ready, willing, and able to serve as jurors if called upon to do so. Now, you've heard that this is a criminal case. It's the case of Commonwealth versus Reed. The Commonwealth alleges that at approximately 6 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022, the Canton Police Department received a 911 call reporting an unresponsive male party in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road in that town. Officers responded and discovered the man, later identified as John O'Keefe, off the roadway in the front lawn area. Officers identified 3 women with Mr. O'Keefe, one of whom was the defendant, Karen Reed, the girlfriend of Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant had been with Mr. O'Keefe the previous evening at 2 different bars in Canton and had driven with him to this residence in the early morning hours of this date. Mr. O'Keefe was treated by paramedics from the Canton Fire Department, transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle earlier that morning and then left the scene while Mr. O'Keefe lay injured in the snow during a blizzard. The defendant denies these allegations. She is presumed to be innocent and has pled not guilty. The defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She is also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of this case, when I teach you the law, the elements of the crimes that she's charged with. But briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. There are various ways in which the Commonwealth can prove a murder case, and the Commonwealth is permitted to proceed under all theories it believes it can prove. Here, the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder, and that murder was murder in the second degree. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, involuntary manslaughter is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, at the outset, I would like to address the issue of public interest in this case and the duty of this court to adhere to the rule of law. John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. They will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, they will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, the rule of law will be upheld. Now, in order to determine your eligibility to serve on this case, I'm going to ask questions to you all as a group, and then I'm going to ask you to fill out a supplemental questionnaire. We have found that the use of this questionnaire is helpful for several reasons. First, there are some personal questions on it, and we ask that you be candid. In addition, the process of filling out the questionnaire provides the opportunity to be more reflective as you answer the questions, rather than being put on the spot and asked to give immediate answers. After you fill out the questionnaire, we will have you come up to the sidebar one at a time so that we can follow up with you on your answers to the questionnaire and to my questions. I want to thank you in advance for your patience as we go through this process. As you may know, the lawyers for the parties participate in the selection of the jury. Under our law, each of the parties has the right to exercise what we call juror challenges. This means that each party has the right to challenge a certain number of prospective jurors for any reason or for no reason at all. Therefore, some of you may be excused during the impanelment procedure. If you're not selected for this jury service on this case, you should not take it personally. Please don't think that somehow we feel you're not a fair person. It's not a reflection on you at all. You will be directed back to the jury room and probably let go for the day. In a few minutes, I will pose a number of questions to you as a group. You have taken an oath that requires you to truthfully answer these questions and all questions posed to you. If your answer is yes to any of those questions, I'll ask you to raise your hand and hold up your juror card in the air with the numbers facing out. So you don't need to take your cards out now. I'll tell you when you can take them out. But it's important that you hold your car up long enough. You'll see that the court officers will call out your numbers and we record them. The fact that you answer yes to one of my questions does not mean that you're automatically disqualified from jury service. It simply means that there are matters that the lawyers and I must discuss with you. If you find a question posed to the group overly intrusive, you may elect to answer that question at sidebar. I will have additional questions for you which relate to issues that will be raised in this case and are designed to give us more information regarding your ability to serve as a fair and impartial juror. And the lawyers are permitted to ask you questions for the same reasons. This is not a test. There is no right or wrong answer. We simply are looking for your best answer and your most honest answer. Now I'm going to ask the lawyers to stand and simply introduce themselves to you, and counsel for the defendant to introduce the defendant, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hank Brennan. I represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'd like to also introduce you to my colleagues.
Good morning, my name is Laura McLaughlin. I'm an assistant district attorney and I represent the communities in Norfolk County. Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Adam Lally. I'm also Assistant District Attorney with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. I just want to thank you all for your time.
Did you guys hear that though?
Being here today.
She said, I want counsel for the defendant to introduce the defendant,
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
not Karen to say hi
My name
again.
is Alan Jackson, and I have the privilege and honor to represent Karen Reed, who's standing to my right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Elizabeth Little and I also have the honor of representing this read.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Elise, and I also have the privilege and the honor of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Unetti. I'm an attorney with offices in Boston and right here in Dedham, and it is truly my pleasure to represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Victoria George and I also have the privilege of representing this read. Good morning, I'm Karen Reed. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you all very much. Jurors, I'm going to read you a witness list, and it's a long witness list. It doesn't mean that all of these people will be called as witnesses. Some, we have their names there just to see if you're familiar with them, because if they don't testify, you may hear about them anyway. So I ask that you be patient and you listen carefully to this list, because at the end of this, and a few more things that I say to you, I will be asking you whether you know any of these folks. So it's in alphabetical order, but it's alphabetical by first name. So Aiden Kearney from Jefferson, Massachusetts. Isaac Wolf, who is a physician from South Miami, Florida. Alfred Lopalato from Canton. Allison McCabe, Canton. Andre Porto from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Andrew Klain from Bridgewater. Andrew Rentschler, who's a PhD from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Angela Malvone from Canton. Annie Chung from Canton. Anthony Flamanti from Canton Fire Department. Ashley Bell from Canton. Ashley Valaire from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Brian Albert, Norwood. Brian Albert Jr., Boston. Brian Higgins, Sandwich, Mass. Brian Loughran, Canton. Brian Wanless, who is retired from the Canton Police Department. Bridget Meehan, who's a keeper of the records from Canton. Caitlin Albert from Easton. Charles Ray, who's a lieutenant in the Canton Police Department. Helena Rafferty, who is the chief of police in the Canton Police Department. Chris Van E., who's a PhD from Novi, Michigan. Christina Hanley from the Mass State Police. Christopher Albert from Canton. Christopher Curran from Canton. Colleen Crawford from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Colin Albert from Canton. Courtney Proctor from Canton. Kurt Roberts. Daniel Whitley from the Canton Fire Department. Daniel Wolf, who's a PhD from Penns Park, Pennsylvania. Derek Ellington, who's from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Dr. Marie Russell, Los Angeles. Dr. Elizabeth Loposada, who is from Providence, Rhode Island. Elizabeth Proctor, Canton. Eric Hanlon, Canton. Erin Beatty, Canton. Erin O'Keefe from West Bridgewater. Francis Walsh from the Canton Fire Department. Garrett Wing from Green Cove Springs, Florida. Gary Fowler from Brockton. Gregory Woodbury from the Canton Fire Department. Gretchen Voss from Boston. Hannah Knowles, the State Police Crime Lab. Heather Maxon from Walpole. Erabito Hernandez from the Boston Police Department, Holly Price from Mountain View, California, Ian Whiffen, Vienna, Virginia, Dr. Irene Scorti Bello, who is from the Chief Medical Examiner's Office here in Massachusetts, James Crosby, who is a PhD from Jacksonville, Florida, Jason Becker, Canton Fire Department, Jean DeMoulis, Canton, Jennifer McCabe, Canton, Jessica Hyde from Bridgeport, New York, John O'Keefe Sr. from Braintree, Judson Welcher, who's a PhD from a company called Aperture LLC, Julie Albert from Canton, Julie Nagel from Canton, Justin Rice, who is a physician from South Weymouth. There are 2 juveniles from Canton. One of the juveniles' initials are KF and the other PF. Caitlin Boudreau from Raynham, Karina Kolakithas from Canton, Katie Camerano from Canton, Katie McLaughlin from the Canton Fire Department, Keeper of the Records for Ring from Hawthorne, California, Kerry Curran from Canton, Kerry Roberts, Canton, Kevin Albert, Canton, Kevin O'Hara from the Mass State Police, Lance Mello from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Laura Sullivan from Pembroke, Laurie Cahill from Worcester, Leslie Pearlstein from Canton, Lieutenant Michael Lank from the Canton Police Department, Louis Jutras from Canton, Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police, Lieutenant John Fanning, Mass State Police, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Canton Police Department, Maggie Gaffney from Bonita Springs, Florida, Mark Lopalato from Canton, Margaret O'Keefe, Canton, Marietta Sullivan from Pembroke, Mary Souza from Dighton, Matthew Amory from Canton, Matthew DeSogra, who is from Charlotte, North Carolina, Matthew Erickson from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, Matthew Kelly from the Canton Fire Department, Matthew Kelsch from the FBI, Matthew McCabe from Canton, Maureen Harnett from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Megan Mariani from New York, New York, Michael Camerano from Canton, Michael Easter from Los Angeles, Michael Trotter from the Canton Public Works Department, Michael Wagner from Foxborough, Mike Maroli from Bridgewater, Mike Rushworth from Thompson Station, Tennessee, Natalie Wyweek Berschneider from San Marino, California, Nathan Reed from Raynham, Nicholas Bradford from Lorton, Virginia, Nicholas Curran from West Roxbury, Nicholas Kolakithas from Canton, Nicole Albert from Canton, Norfolk District Attorney Mike Morrissey, Officer Kelly Deaver from the Boston Police Department, Officer Nicholas Barrows from the Dighton Police Department, Haggerty from Somerset, Mass, Melrose, Mass, Paul O'Keefe from Canton, Rebecca Bazin from Canton, Rebecca Treyers from Norfolk, Dr. Renee Stonebridge, who is also from the Office of
That's
the
not
Chief
me.
Medical Examiner.
You lost audio? Or the audio just
Richard
honked
Green
out.
from St. Pete Beach, Richard
The audio's on, see?
Donatino from Canton,
Look at how
Robert
stressed
Gilman
out
from Hull,
Alan
Ryan
Jackson
Nagel
looks.
from Canton, Sarah Levinson, Canton,
I guess we'll talk
Sergeant
until
Brian Gallerini
I'm
from
like,
the
oh yeah, that's
Needham
definitely a
Police
good look,
Department,
Karen.
Sergeant Sean
Good
Cook,
chuckle.
Sean
Everything's
Good
funny.
from the Canton
Alan
Police
looks like he's ready
Department,
to hit the goddamn
Sergeant
ceiling.
Paul
He's so fucking stressed out.
Giambattista
Look at his
from the
face.
Canton Police Department, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan from
Yeah,
the
good morning to
Massachusetts
all my
State
family.
Police,
Just like
Shannon
Ashley said, good
Burgess
morning
from
to my
South Lake,
twisted tragedies
Texas,
at FAMO. I still have to add
Cheryl Wall
you
from
guys as mods.
Canton,
I did not get a
Sophie
chance to read
Herzan
it
from
yet.
the State Police Crime Lab,
I'm Karen, and my sleeves are
Stephanie
too short. My
Devlin
mother
from the
doesn't like
State
it.
Police,
Doesn't like it.
Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab,
Like the shoe at Turtle
Stephen
does.
Mullaney, the
We got
Canton
a pen
Police
this morning.
Department, Steve
Doesn't like
Nelson
it.
from the Norfolk
Does not
DA's office,
like the joke.
Stephen
Doesn't think they're
Bernstein,
funny.
who's a keeper of the
Does not.
records from Stoughton, Stephen Ridge from the Boston Police
Her
Department,
mom will always look
Stephen
like she's
Saraf,
lost
Canton
somewhere.
Police Department,
Like,
Stephen Scanlon from West Roxbury,
he does look like he
Terry
probably cares.
Kuhn
He
from
moved it on or
Davis,
something.
California, Tess Chart
Audio's
from
fine on
Lorton,
your end?
Virginia,
That's weird.
Thomas Beatty,
I'm
Canton,
confused.
Thomas Kelleher, Canton,
Hmm.
Thomas Martin, Weymouth, Timothy
Let's
Nuttall from the
see.
Canton Fire
I
Department,
out and go back in, maybe? Let's try that.
Tristan Morris
Try
from Easton, Mass.
going back.
The following
And then back in. We will
Trooper
open
Evan
that.
Brent, Trooper Jeffrey Kostkowski,
Still nothing.
Trooper Joseph Kathleen Prince, Trooper
even
Michael
weird.
Proctor,
That is
Trooper Nicholas Garino, and Trooper
Hmm.
Zachary Clark, Wendell Robery from
What is
Canton, and
happening?
William Reed from North Dayton. Those are the witnesses who may be called to
So
testify
weird.
before you.
I love this
So,
chat too.
as you
I
can
love all
see,
my
this
people.
is going to be a long.
I'm Karen and I like to change my story multiple times.
We've
Yeah,
already
exactly.
begun the impanelment
What is
process.
happening
It's
with
going
this?
very quickly.
She's talking, but I hear
Let me tell you what we
nothing. The
expect.
volume is on.
Take between 6 and 8 weeks for the case
I am
to be
not
tried, for the
understanding
evidence
what
to be.
is happening here.
That's a good faith estimate. It's the best we can tell you at this point.
Audio's
Every single
on.
day, if you're a seated juror, I will tell you at
Everything's
the end of the
on.
day
I am
whether we
so
are on
freaking
schedule, whether
confused.
we're ahead of schedule or behind schedule. And I have not had to tell jurors that we are
You know
behind
what? This is
schedule.
what we're gonna do.
And I intend not to
I'm gonna
have
open
to
a
tell
whole other
jurors
tab here.
that we're behind schedule. So
And
it's a
I
good
am
faith
going
estimate,
to do
the best we
this,
can do,
and
but
then
that's what we
maybe we
expect
can
will
figure
happen.
this out. Not
Once
that
we
we're not.
start,
Like,
it's
everything she's
expected
saying
that we will go
is stuff that we've
full
heard every
days,
single day anyway.
from 9
But
o'clock to 4
more
o'clock.
people
We'll start
haven't
at
seen it yet
9. The jurors
to
will have
see
a
it,
break
even though we have.
somewhere
I'm
around
gonna go to
11 for
yeah.
15 or 20 minutes. Lunch and break is usually around 1
Gotta use my
o'clock. In an effort to take
computer.
full advantage of your time, we will bring lunch into
Here we
you.
go. I figured
Rather
out
than
the
asking you to walk
problem.
down to Dedham Center and get something, that process also takes a lot of time, and we figure while we're here, we would like to take full advantage of the day.
Figured
So
it out.
lunch will be brought into you. It may be that we have a half-hour lunch, it may be a little bit longer, but there will be a break for lunch, and it will be provided
Just
to you.
one.
We
One,
will
Kim.
go until
One.
about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There are a few days
All right, give me 1
in the
second here.
schedule that we won't be in session, and there are a few more half days, and we'll
No
let those
half days,
schedule,
lady.
for people who are seated.
No.
Now, it might help if I give you a preview now about some basic law that applies to criminal cases like this. It's my job to teach the jury the law, and I don't do that completely until the end of the trial. So for now, I'll give you a brief summary of some very important constitutional principles that will guide this trial. First, and most basically, Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. An indictment is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime and bringing that person to trial in the superior court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove his or her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Another important principle of law is that the defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that she is guilty. Under our system of law, a defendant can sit back in the chair and say to the Commonwealth, "You accuse me, now you prove it, and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. I do not have to say a word." A defendant's decision whether to testify or not has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. The jury must not consider it in any way or even discuss it at all in their deliberations. Jurors in a criminal case must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant
Right, Betty.
beyond a reasonable doubt,
It's coming.
based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. So that brings me
We're gonna
to
talk
the
about that
requirement of proof beyond a
later.
reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used, probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human
Good luck
affairs,
to Tom.
based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in the case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining,
Hilarious.
the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of
Judicial
justice,
Court.
regardless of their
Anna.
race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair. I am sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions.
AKA
They
microdot.
exist
that
even if
made
we're
that.
not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we
Yes,
judges
I
have the
think
same
she's getting
problem as
nervous.
everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to stop making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law, instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of on any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, I know that some of this may be confusing. Perhaps all of it's confusing at this early stage of the case. You'll certainly be in a better position to understand this at the end of the case when you've heard all the evidence and I can explain the law in detail. So don't worry if you didn't catch everything I said. Why am I telling you these things now? Because we need to know if you are able to follow the law in this case. You don't necessarily have to agree with the law, but all the jurors will have to apply the law as I describe it to you. So, for jury selection, it is important to know if any of you might have some doubts whether you can accept and follow these legal rules. Now you can take out those cards.
Alan Jackson looks very afraid.
So in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. And if your answer is yes, please raise your hand and let the court officer read the number off. But before we begin, I understand that sometimes jurors don't fill out the confidential questionnaires completely. Sometimes we're in a hurry to get them back in, or sometimes we might think that
It does, right?
our situation doesn't apply to the question that's
I
being
agree with
asked.
that.
Or sometimes we simply don't remember. So if there are any things missing from the form, I will ask you, or the clerk will ask you, like age. Sometimes people don't put down whether they were jurors in a case or witnesses in a case or a defendant in a case or a plaintiff in a case. If there's anything that you forget and you realize now before you come up here, anything you've forgotten on the form, please just let us know. But we just need to keep records. So thank you for your patience with that. All right. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with any of the witnesses whose names I've called?
Juror numbers 525, 495, 512.
Juror number 532.
Thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with the lawyers in this case or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Juror number 525, juror number 531.
Juror number 533.
Okay.
3 people.
Thank you.
4 in the first question, 3.
Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member have any financial or other personal interest whatsoever in this case or its outcome? Responses? Please raise your hand if you have seen, heard, or talked about this case.
Juror numbers 492, 469, 478, 525, 472, 471, 474, 488, 517, 507, 476, 485, 545, 479, 535, 512, 482, 513, 495, 477, 530, 502, 526, 528, 490, 509, 500, 547, 467. Juror number 463, 523, 514, 510, 515, 537,
Jesus.
531. 522, 486, 484, 464, 506, 529, 481, 542, 533, 494.
Juror number 460. Juror number 536. Juror number 498. Juror number 508. Juror number 524. Juror number 505. Juror number 527. Juror number 532. Juror number 511. Juror number 468. Juror number 534. Juror number 470. Juror number 466. Juror number 546. Juror number 521. Juror number 516. Juror number 461. Juror number 544. Juror number 465. And juror number 541.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jesus Christ.
Could you please raise your hand if you've expressed or formed any opinion with respect to this case?
Juror number 492, 469, 478, 525, 472, 474, 517, 507, 476, 485, 545, 530, 495, 513, 482, 512, 535. Juror number 502, 526, 528, 490, 500, 547, 467, 514, 515, 537, 531, 486, 494, 533, 542, 481, 529, 506, 484.
Juror number 536, juror number 532, juror number 468, juror number 470, juror number 546, juror number 516, juror number 461.
Can somebody stop eating chips back
Thank you
over there at
very
the court
much.
so I can hear? God damn it!
Are you aware of any bias or prejudice that you may have in regard to this case or in favor of or against either
can
of the
try.
parties? And if you are, please raise your
Doubt
hand.
that's going to work out for him, though. Hey,
Juror numbers 512,
you can say that again, Joy.
517, 528,
Sorry, dude. I apologize.
514, 537, 531, 542,
536, 470,
Definitely hostile witness.
546.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pickle chips.
Do any of you folks have any difficulty hearing or any
Kristen.
problem with understanding the English language?
It is.
Any physical or mental condition or any religious or philosophical
Many
beliefs
good
that
comments are
would
missing.
interfere with your ability to hear the evidence in this case, to understand the evidence, to concentrate during the trial, or to deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict?
juror number 499, 474, 513. Juror number 522, juror number 484.
Thank you.
I agree,
Would
Barb.
any of you have any difficulty following these very important constitutional principles that I outlined to you earlier? That the burden of proof rests entirely with the Commonwealth, that that burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, and that the defendant has no burden to do anything. She can just simply sit in that chair. She doesn't have to present any evidence. She certainly doesn't have to testify, and her lawyers don't even have to say a word. Does anyone have any difficulty with those important principles of law? If you do, please raise your hand. I see no affirmative responses. I can tell you folks that after every trial, I go in and I speak to the jurors. And though many of them were reluctant or certainly not happy about having jury duty, after they have heard the trial, deliberated and reached a verdict, every single jury, there's been several people who not only tell me that it was an interesting experience, but that it was also a rewarding experience. I do, however, realize that for some of you folks, serving on this jury would be an undue hardship. And let me tell you what I mean about that. Because certainly every civic duty we have causes us some hardship or inconvenience. An undue hardship is something much greater than that.
Yeah, it's
It's
also
usually
financial
if you're a
hardship,
student,
lady.
or
Not
if
just
you've
plane
got
tickets.
airline tickets or surgery scheduled during the duration of this trial. But I will hear from people who believe that they have an undue hardship. So if you think you are among that group, please raise your hand.
Juror numbers 492, 525, 474.
They can, yes, they can have those devices.
517, 507, 476, 485.
Yeah, they're all scummy.
545.
There's a history of being scummy.
478, 530, 495, 513, 482, 535. Juror number 526, 547, 467, 463, 514.
You hit the nail on the head, Betty.
510, 537, 487, 531, 486.
I noticed that too, Joy.
522, 499, 494,
People are
533,
trying to get out of it.
529, 464, 484.
That's a dream, Cookie. A dream. I wish.
Juror number 536. Juror number 508.
I know it's so weird you guys don't have it.
524. Juror number 5.
Bueller.
516. Juror number 466.
Yeah, definitely not all. Just the ones involved here. Look at this creature. Victoria George, the creature. Creature from the Black Lagoon. Karen being the Black Lagoon.
Juror number 541.
All right.
Yes,
Thank you very
Parson.
much. So I am going to leave the bench in a minute to
He
give
is
you a chance to
very
fill out the
nervous.
supplemental
You look
questionnaires.
stressed the F
I
out.
ask that you not talk to anybody about either the questionnaires, your answers to the questionnaires, jury service in general, or jury service in this case in particular. So I'd ask you not to discuss anything with anybody around you, okay? And we appreciate your patience, and I'll leave you to fill out this.
Damn it, I hate this. It says like a recess, but we get to see none of the rest of it. Right? Like, oh, it's a recess. Like, no, it's not a freaking recess. It is not. There's got to be. I mean, I think it was more of like a media ploy, to be honest. That's what it seems like to me, is more of like a media ploy with it. Like, I mean, yeah, there are definitely, like Joy said, people on the disqualifying questions, they don't realize it, obviously. Like, they know which one. People, like, they don't realize it, but they do realize which disqualifying questions. If you made an opinion about the case already, you're clearly going to be disqualified. It's not rocket science. Like, there's, you know what I mean? Like, I did notice that a bunch of them that are, you know, doing the whole, well, we have an opinion. There's a lot of them. Like, they're trying to get out of this. They're like, screw this. I agree, Avi. It's like, what? It's a recess for you assholes, but we don't get to see the rest. I want to see the whole thing. Like, I've sat in it before, but like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Oh, you guys. Okay, I got a couple donations while we were watching this. And one is from our anonymous friend from the other day. And it says, good morning from Anonymous. Just letting you know I'll be watching your channel today. Hope you have a good day. And it's $100. I might cry. You guys, the last couple of days, I just want to say, like, I've been so generous and so kind. And I don't think you guys realize what a impact it makes on someone's life like mine. $100 here or there might not be a lot for most people, but $100 or $200 or $300 is a lot for me. It's a lot for me. It immediately goes back out to groceries or going to the laundromat or, you know, getting my kid new pants. So I just want to say that I appreciate you guys because it means more than you guys even know. It does. It means more than you guys know. Even when I make something like the other day, which was a little over, I think it was $200. I use that for groceries. Like, it goes out as fast as you get it, but I am amazed by you guys's generosity. And I can't thank any of you enough, honestly, because a lot of this stuff, it costs a lot of money. I don't know about you, but most of you who live in Massachusetts know about this gas fiasco with your gas bills, right? And mine's over $300 for a month. And now I can pay this without worrying about like paying half now and half next month or trying to figure out, you know. So I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate the ones of you that are free Karen Read that watch here and that want to watch here and want to learn. I'm so proud of you guys again in my chat for giving the information to the free Karen Read people that come here for facts. Some of these people want facts that they've only ever heard the other side. And so they come here looking for what we're going to say. And we want to make sure that everything we give them is correct and that they look for it where it can be looked for, right? Like, you can tell them where the information is, right? And I am just so happy and so humbled by all of you. You guys are my favorite people, and I love coming here. This trial is going to be so much fun with you guys. A little different than last time. We have a lot of the same people that watched with us the first time, but I'm blessed. I am blessed by you guys, and I am blessed to have you guys as my friends and family and viewers. Oh, you're gonna come visit? Hey, you're more than welcome to stay here if you need somewhere to crash. I got an extra bed and room with your name on it. To be fair, you might have to sleep, it's in the room where my microphone and computer is, but it's all yours if you need it. We could do D&E when you come. You just let me know when you're coming. It sounds like a date to me, Kim. Sounds like a date. I'm gonna get to all these questions. Let me just read the other. Y'all making me cry. I can't. You're messing up my makeup, guys. Okay. And that's what I was saying too. Is yesterday there was 2 donations when I wasn't live anymore. One from the anonymous I read earlier, and one didn't say whether they wanted to remain anonymous or not, but it was from Bob, and it said use as you need or whatever, and it was $100. And I want to thank Bob because Bob is the reason that I got to splurge on this coffee this morning, because I don't ever splurge on myself, right? Like, my clothes are from like 5 years ago, because as most moms know, you worry about your kids first. And my little grows out of everything. I have to buy her. She's going into a size 8 now. And I'm like, great. I just bought her all like 6 to 8s in certain things, 7 and 8s and other things. Depends on where you go for the sizes. And I'm like, God damn it. Now I have to buy her all 8s. Her underwear is getting too tight and her feet are growing. And so that means shoes again. So that's my next task in hand, is to get the little more clothes, because she keeps growing like a weed. But Trisha, thank you so much for your $10 donation. It means so much. I appreciate you, my friend. And you're here today, which usually get my replay crew, but I love my replay crew. This one, I'm not going to read the real name. It's $10, and it says, for your Karen Reed coverage, thank you so much. I appreciate you very, very much. And then, Parson sends $50 of breadstick money. Parson, that is so sweet. You know what? I might actually get breadsticks with that. I literally kid you not. Like, I might actually get some breadsticks for dinner tonight with that. I was gonna make meatloaf, but like, what goes better with meatloaf than some breadsticks? You know what I'm saying? Like, breadsticks are good. Like, well, it does, yeah, because I also have to cover the cost. Ashley's 100% right. StreamYard is $50 a month almost. It's like 48 and change with tax, and then you got to pay for Canva, because I can't play my intros and outros without the licenses, so I have to pay for a month. And then in order to make my thumbnails, I pay for Imagine, and that's $6 a week, $6.99 a week. So there are, et cetera, like, there are costs that are associated with streaming. You have to. Unfortunately, I have to hold the license every time I play my intro and outro. So I have to keep Canva, because otherwise I would get like copyright struck on it. You know what? It's amazing to start the day with like-minded people, but I also want people to come and ask questions. Like, if there are some free Karen Reed people out there who like want to think like maybe there's something they're missing, or maybe they felt like they knew something that they're being lied to in some way. Like, I really want them to rethink. Like, if they're feeling like, hold on a second, that doesn't sound right? Like, they can come here and ask, and we can not just tell them, but show them where to go look for that information that debunks the propaganda that Turtle Sewer guy and his tiny arms have been giving people this entire time. All the lies, the taillight was on top of the snow, and they sold the house for less, and all those BS lies that are completely debunked. Like, all of the things that made people think like, oh, this case is a little sketchy, like in the beginning, are the reason why people think it's sketchy now, right? Like, it's to me, it's amazing the things people will believe. But if we can just point them to the actual information that they can look at and read, like Karen's taillight, okay? Clearly, you're not going to change a cult member's mind when there's a picture of her taillight missing at 5 a.m. and 8 a.m, okay? And you say, okay, here's her taillight missing. And a cultist goes, where? I see nothing. It's in the picture. You can clearly see it. So then we go and we circle it right here. Look at the difference between here and here. Like, it's not abundantly clear to anyone. And they still go, nope, I don't see nothing. I don't see it. Like, it's clearly right there. Right freaking there. Like, those are the people whose minds you're never going to change. But people who might just be jumping into this, you show them that picture that has been shown in trial that is, it's not fake. It's been shown in trial. Like, how could they ignore it? Any normal person would be able to be like, okay, hold on. If it's broken at 5 a.m. and it's broken at 8 a.m, Karen's waking people up at 4:50 in the morning, including the niece, calling Katie Camerano, Michael Camerano before 5 a.m. saying John got hit by a plow. I mean, but minutes after she drops him off, she's leaving him voicemails. No one knows where you are. Well, you watched him, quote, walk to the door, you say, which we know isn't true because his GPS on his phone stops permanently just seconds after she backs up. So we know that that's not true, right? Like, we know he never went in the house. But you'll still have people be like, John went in the house and got beat up and hit with a barbell and thrown out into the lawn in 4 seconds. That would have had to happen in a 4-second span. In 4 seconds. Come on now. It is kind of like beating your head against a brick wall, but there are people, I do have people that have found, like, that they really do want just information. I most of the time people come to me privately because they know, like, I guess from watching my show, I'm not really sure that I'm not somebody who just outs people. I will never give your name or information to anyone. I will never share private messages with anyone about anything. I'm just not that type of person. Never have been, never will be. So, I mean, for me, it's like, I'm happy these people come to me in private because they want answers to questions. And some of them, when they finally realize they've been lied to, are like, some of them apologize. And they're like, I'm sorry that I said some terrible things about you. I didn't realize that, like, they were lies until I talked to people who actually knew you, or I actually watched you and I figured out, like, holy shit, I was lied to. And then I just perpetuated it. And I apologize. I'm ashamed of my, behavior. And it's like, a lot of these people actually wouldn't do some of the stuff they do if it wasn't for this. And that goes back to, like, you figuring out, like, it's a cult. And it's like, people don't realize you're in a cult when you're in it, right? They don't realize it until they're out of the cult, right? That's part of being in a cult. They don't realize that the mantras that are said over and over and over and over are by design. That's the whole point of a cult, to say things over and over until people believe them. And if they don't believe them, right, then they don't stay in the cult. It's the people that believe it when it's said over and over and then repeat it to other people. That's how they make cults, right? So, I mean, come on. I like the people that have a mind to want to be like, you know what? I like this channel. I'm going to watch this channel, even if I don't type in the chat. But you guys are so good to people. Unless they're here trolling, you guys are so great, pointing out where they can find the information, answering their questions. Like, which one? Which one of them? I was blessed with all daughters. So, yep, I did too when I was a kid. It was hand-me-downs. Unfortunately, my oldest and my youngest are too far in age for me to have ever kept those. But I also had to wear my cousin's hand-me-downs. That's what I had to wear when I was a kid. Oh, I love the Cape. It's nice in the springtime. They have great hiking trails too. Ashley's right. We're going to go to D&E on Wednesday. And then after that, I'm going to go up to the hospital with my kiddo, and stay until Thursday. So you guys won't have me, Wednesday afternoon. I'll be with Ashley, and then you might not have me Thursday morning. It'll depend on if I get any, Servacio. My daughter's room doesn't have a ton of service, but if I can get them to give me the Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi works correctly, maybe she could be my co-host. Right? The tariffs. Have to cover the tariffs, goddammit. Yeah, sometimes you can. Sometimes there are reasonable people that think and stop and think for a second, And I love those types of people because they're like, wait a second. Yeah, that definitely doesn't make sense. When they can admit that something that they were told is a lie, like, that's the first step. Like, you're right. You know what? That clearly is not true. I don't, I'm sorry that I believed that. You're clearly showing me in black and white how, that's not true. I know. Goddamn tariffs. Yep. I mine was an older cousin. Yeah, the 227 has to stop. See you later, Kim. Have a good day. It just has to. It's been debunked 1,700 times. It didn't happen. It didn't happen until after 6 in the morning, and that is when Karen told her to. And that's like, what more evidence do you want other than Karen asking EMTs and first responders to do the same thing, right? She will not ask them to Google it, but she asked them the same thing, the same question, which was, how long does it take for somebody to die of hypothermia? How long does it take for someone to die in the cold without a jacket on? So is it out of the realm of understanding that she would have asked Jen sitting next to her in the back of a police car to Google it? No, of course not. Like, and that's what Jen's been saying the entire time, right? Like, Colin wasn't even there, was not even there when Karen and John arrived. He had already left and went home before they came back to like out front of 34 Fairview. Like, already. So before they ever arrived out front of 34 Fairview, Colin left. And you have the trolls who are like, he called Erin Beatty for a ride home. Like, yeah. And probably right at that moment is when Allie pulled up. Like, she went and got him. Like, and he didn't really want a ride home from Erin. Okay. What he wanted was some hanky panky. All right. That's what he wanted. But that's not the point. He took the ride home when Erin didn't want to, like, yeah, Chloe, like, as in, like, that has been debunked. There is no dog scratches. There is no dog bites, like, I mean, come on, dude. There's no, yeah, I know, right? There's no dog DNA. There's no dog DNA anywhere. Okay. None. And it doesn't match anything. They have the bite patterns from Chloe before John died. They have now the molds of after. It's like, bro, let it go. There's no, and then now even the prosecution, Brennan said the defense isn't even claiming it's Chloe at this point. They're claiming it's a random dog or animal. So let me get this straight. A random dog or animal what? Attacked John in the Albert home? Outside of the home? If they're going to claim the dog that isn't Chloe or a random animal that isn't Chloe attacked outside of the home, are you guys claiming his body was thrown out there and then a random animal got to him? Because I don't know how that would prove your client's innocence. That makes no sense. Like, I don't understand. Well, the Hewitt Turtle is being paid in many ways, mostly from the donations that come to his channel, mostly from the merch, the memberships. All of that adds up to a lot of money, And so that's what he got out of this. He didn't need them to like physically hand him money, but I will tell you that he has been paid to show up at places that he was telling other people was a charity event. If it's a charity event, sir, you would not be getting paid. You would be donating your time. So he's leading these people to believe that he's doing this out of the goodness of his heart and it's a charity event, and all the while getting paid over $1,000, $1,500 to show up at an event. Like, are you kidding me, dude? And nobody has a problem with him lying about that either. Like, listen, if I was getting paid, I'd just say I was getting paid. I'm being paid for my time. Yes, I'm being paid for my time. Instead, he decided to lie. Why lie? Why not just say, yes, I was paid for my time? I don't understand. Like, I can't. I mean, in thought with Free Karen Reed, like with some of the people that are just never going to believe it happened, even if you showed them a video of it happening, like, right? The dog's breakfast. The socks. Oh, God. It's called the sock monster. Yeah, you gotta have the mismatched socks. If you didn't have the mismatched socks, then you didn't grow up poor. If you didn't have mismatched socks. Yes, I noticed that. They will hide your comments or delete them if they're not with the majority. Not even just Fox 25. There was another channel, another news channel that did that to me the other day. And I was like, really? I wasn't rude about it. I was just giving facts. Like, come on. Like, yeah, that's the thing. You point down evidence and they get mad. Like, as you should feel qualified to do so as an attorney, Joy. Someone this morning said to me, funny enough, they're on this side, but trolling me, being like something like, oh, well, you fabricated your occupation or education experience. I said, well, my student loans that I still owe $1,000 left to disagree with you. And my badge from working at the prison also disagree with you. So repeating something, a lie about me that was told to you doesn't make it true, right? Like, I don't have to lie. Those are verifiable information. Go ask the IRS because I owe $1,000 still in student loans left from college, unfortunately. And And they were like, oh, $1,000 for 19 years. Listen, FYI, you don't have to be studying something and be in school the entirety of the time. I started studying law when I was 12. Most of you know this, after I was a witness in a case at 12. Okay. And sitting on that stand, I just was fascinated by it. Fascinated by this lawyer trying to trip me up with my answer, trying to ask it to me 3 different ways, right? That I'm like, I already answered this, right? But that he thought he was going to trip me up. I'm a 12-year-old kid, and if I'm lying, right, like it's going to be a different answer. Well, I wasn't lying, and it was the same answer. But in that moment, I just realized, like, that's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to be. That's what I wanted to study. And I mean, I remember like begging my parents to get me books on the law, and they did. My grandparents helped out. Like, as I got older, I started asking around if there was a way that I could sit in the court. And that's when they informed me they're public. You can sit in on any case, right? On any case. So sometimes after school, I would go, like, because we got out at like 2:15, and I would hear the last like 2 hours of time in court. And then, as we all know, I was an addict at one point in my life. So I was in the courtroom as a criminal possessing drugs I shouldn't have been possessing. But the point is that I have a lot of experience with the law. I've been interested in it since I was just a kid. I didn't get to finish school. I didn't get to be an attorney. Unfortunately, with my kids' medical, it just wasn't going to happen. All right. I didn't have the time. I didn't have the money, etc., etc. And I never stopped studying it. Never. New Supreme Court decisions, new Massachusetts decisions, new laws, what each one meant, how they apply to cases. I never stopped, right? Never, ever, ever. I've helped in, my aunt used to work in a law office, and I used to help in there. So I guess technically paralegal work, I guess, without being a paralegal. But that was one of the best jobs my aunt ever had. She loved that job, was in Dorchester for an attorney. But I don't need to lie. Like, I just have the experience. It's that simple. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, I love the law. It's something I know a lot about. I told you, don't ask me about real estate law, though, unless it's air rights, because I couldn't help you on that. I have no friggin' idea. That's the only part of law that I didn't find interesting, I guess, was real estate. But most of the other pieces, I took it upon myself to know it front, back, and sideways. And as someone who's been a volunteer advocate for 18 years, you have to know, right? There are some things that I have to look up. I don't know it all. No one knows it all. But to try to disparage the amount of years that I have been studying it by basically being like, well, you're not a barred attorney, is a fool's errand. That's like saying people who study rocks have to study them in school or they're not studying them. That's not a thing. And I think that I will allow my knowledge, and I will allow my my guesses on what's going to happen speak for themselves, because my track record is pretty good on guessing what's going to happen. So yes, the Chloe argument is a dead one. Yeah, I can't believe she's going to testify. She's going to look like a fool. She's going to be absolutely eviscerated. It's amazing to me. Like, no, so there's Apple Health data that shows they claim him going up and down stairs, but that's before they ever arrive at Fairview. Ever arrive. There's like a thing like of how many feet, right, that a GPS goes. So if it cuts out of service, they may say you're over here until it cuts back, right? Like, so like I've ever seen that if you're ever playing one of the games that on your phone that has that like GPS location where like it shows you like you're here on the screen, then all of a sudden you lose service and you're like over here, and then it goes back to here because it's counting your steps from the pedometer inside your phone to play one of those games, like Pokemon Go, for instance. That's one of them. Test it out. That's what will happen. So it's like there's like a 4-second stretch where the GPS could have floated, but it's 4 seconds. He didn't get beat up in a basement and die in 4 seconds. It's just not a thing. It's absolutely not a thing. Like, I can't either, but here we are. Mostly they're middle-aged women, I've noticed, a lot of them. Others, I think they just feel like they want to fit in somewhere, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, I don't understand how you can watch him like bully women the way he does and be okay with it. Like, I can't blame them. They don't want to look alike when they are. They're already twins, damn it. Well, that's kind of their main argument, but the prosecution said that they're no longer claiming that it was Chloe. They're just claiming it's a random dog or animal. They haven't said it publicly yet, but the prosecution is saying it, which means that something in their filings or something in the evidence is saying that they're not going to argue it's Chloe. They're going to argue it's just some dog or some animal. It's definitely dead in the water, though. Yeah, that I want to hear about from the ring expert. I want to hear what that ring expert has to say. Abso-frickin-lutely. Pig DNA, yeah. The one with it's pig ear, which would be covered in slobber, which would be DNA. I love that. Joy, that's my favorite one. That is my favorite one. As soon as someone said that, I was like, and that pig's ear would be covered in the dog's saliva, which is DNA, which 0 was located. So if you really believe that, then you need some help. Like, oh, were you a flower child? Flower child. Yeah, but no dog DNA. Like, yeah, now it's, originally was set up for like to blame Lucky, I guess. Like, the plow driver, like, oh, he got hit by a plow. That's what happened to him. Like, I think if Jackson opens, that Jackson closes too. I think Yannetti did the opening last time and Jackson closed. I think he does both. To be honest, I don't think Yannetti's going to do the closing. I just don't think he has the enough oomph to do it. We do love you, and they know they see you all. They do. They see all of you. They see all of you. Sorry, I'm going to skip down some of these comments. That's half the problem, though, Arlene, is that they only listen to Turtle, right? Like, they only listen to him. If they listened to all of the evidence and took him completely out of it, right? All of his BS, all of his lies, all of his spin on things, all of his bold-faced, like, adding things in, cropping things out, taking it out of context, like all of if you take all of that out and you just look at the evidence, it's very clear what happened here, Well, that's half the problem, Otter, is that it's like etched into their heads, right? Like, yes, and I thought that was a grave miscalculation in the first trial. I think you watched some of the first trial with me. I thought that was a very grave miscalculation here in Massachusetts to act very arrogant like that, because us people in Massachusetts don't take kindly to that. So that might work somewhere like California, but somewhere like here in Massachusetts, that shit don't fly. It just does not fly, like, at all. Well, that's the other thing. Where's the bottom jaw, right? Like, where the dog's just scraping its teeth, but there's no puncture wounds either. Like, that, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, random dog or animal. Well, yeah, her brother works at a Lexus dealership, but how'd he get that Lexus? What I'm going to bet is all the money that he was making off of this case, he took and bought that Lexus. And I think that's what they sold him on. They sold him on, book deals. And at the end of this, you'll get book deals and you'll have the first interview, is what Karen told him. You'll have the first one, although we know that that's no longer true. She did not give him the first interview. But I think he was promised a lot of things. He was sold on a lot of things with this. And obviously not all of them came to fruition. But what did is all of the money, right? All of the donations, all of the merch, all of the memberships, all that money that he's, what did he tell an article? 50,000 a month or something like that? Like, that's absurd. That is absurd. I mean, hey, if you were making $50,000 a month, like, just telling the truth, then I'd say go for it. Like, good for you. Have your family and some stability. Maybe you can buy a house. It's a dream of mine one day. First, I need to actually just get a car. That would make my life 10 times easier. That's the goal here, is to try to save some money and get myself a vehicle, if that will ever happen, because that would make my life so much easier. But I mean, I wouldn't go and buy a Lexus. I'll tell you that much. I would buy anything that would get me from A to B. I will Fred Flintstone that shit. I don't care. Like, I would buy just a normal vehicle that could get me from A to B. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. It doesn't need to be anything flashy. Just decent. I don't understand. Like, so he spent all that money on that Lexus. Why? Because Karen had a Lexus. It's like, dude, there's a reason why he bought Lexus specifically. Like, and I think it's because he's obsessed with Karen, because she made him all that money. Unfortunately, all that money, he's better to either spend it or it's going to get taken. Make no mistake, those civil suits are going to come hard and fast after Karen's trial is over. And he's going to end up living in a box with nothing. with nothing. They are going to take everything from him, and that's what he deserves, and then some. You know, at this point, anybody who's been smeared or defamed by him deserves a piece of that pie. And it's like, can I get an attorney that will take like multiple people? You know, most of the attorneys want like 30 grand just to like start a suit like that. So that's half the problem, right? Is people who, and that's why he preys on people he knows can't afford to pay 30, 40 grand just to start off to sue him, right? I did see the billboard. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. His friends and family paid for that. And I want to make something abundantly clear. Because I don't really know why Grant wrote that there's no friends or family LLC or company. Of course there isn't. It was paid for by his friends and family. His friends and family got together privately. They don't have to show you where the money went. They don't have to show you anything. They privately got together. They privately crowdfunded it with friends and family and support. And they paid for those beautiful billboards that show the memory of John. So I'm not really understanding what the angle was there, but I can tell you this. They don't have to show anybody anything. John is the one who's been lost in all this. He is the one who passed away. His family and friends and supporters have been through hell. Okay. They crowdfunded those billboards to put up in John's memory, as they should. And nobody has to explain to anybody why, how, when, where. And of course, there's no company called the Friends of and Family of John. Come on. That's ridiculous. Like, that's right. That is right. They're beautiful billboards. Oh, he's being paid in so many ways. So many ways. Like, yes, the ones that flew over the cuckoo's nest. They follow Tricks the Bunny around. They follow the lies to Tricks the Bunny. They appeal to Captain Crunch. Right? Houseboy. Oh, Jane, I wish I could. The time and the money that it would take. I think about it. I think about it a lot. Believe me, I do. I think about it a lot. That and the fact that I don't have transportation is hard. Like if I had the transportation to be able to get to and from, that would be one thing. I don't have that, and the money and time that it would take right now with everything else going on, I'm not sure that I would be able to do it. I absolutely can do it, but like the money and time wise is my main concern. Hey, Potluck, my friend. Hey, listen, we don't care about spelling errors. I do it all the time, especially I have 2 different kinds of arthritis and fibromyalgia. So sometimes when I'm typing, especially on my phone, the keyboard's like this small and my fingers are all inflamed. So they're like, you know, much bigger than the letters. And I'll just type and hit send without even going back and looking. And so like I have so many typos, especially because this is an older phone. The thing's like 2 years old, right? I don't have $300 to replace this stupid thing. But like sometimes I'll hit a key and it'll like give me an I don't know if you're some other people don't have not had this happen. Like we'll hit a letter that's like 2 over this way or 2 over that way or 1 over this way or 1 over that way. And then like I'll delete it and then it'll delete like half the I'm like, this phone is so old. It's just like freezing. I mean, how is like a 2-year-old phone already freezing? Like 10 is the update, my love. Hey, Greer. I know. I wish I did too. You know? I wish I did too. I heard Colorado's beautiful though. If you ever come to visit, let me know. We'll do lunch or dinner or breakfast. I like breakfast. I'm a breakfast person too. But I have a friend that lives in Denver, somebody I went to high school with, and she said it's beautiful. I absolutely believe they were fighting in the car about Bella's mom. She was mad about that. We know that she was upset about that. Yeah, they were arguing. Yes, that happens too. It's the same thing. Like the Pokemon Go game. People were like doing this with their phone so it would count steps, so it would hatch eggs. I know that because I have kids that did that. Oh, yeah, the privilege and honor thing, but it's fake and you can see how fake it is. Like, oh, I cannot. Like 5 hours. You want 5 hours? I mean, I guess I'm on a lot like that too. 5 hours. I mean, there's a lot to like be said when it comes to like the legality of everything. I do think that maybe the SJC needs to take up the issue of, can a prior juror, even an alternate, seat as a defense counsel for that same defendant? I think that absolutely is an ethical issue and should definitely never be allowed. I think you'll see a lot of BBO complaints when this case is over on some of these attorneys and their unethical BS that they pulled here. Like, well, that's the other thing. Like, yeah, a bunch of cops threw him in the front yard. When I found out, and this was around the time that I got a bunch of evidence and realized she was not innocent, but when I found out there was a gate that takes them out to the railroad tracks, like they have a gate in the backyard that takes you into the woods and then where the railroad tracks are. Why wouldn't they put him there? He wouldn't have been found probably for days. Why not put him there? Why would you just plop him in the front lawn where anybody could find him? If you're trying to make sure someone dies, why would you plop him in a front yard? Think about that. Especially cops. You would plop him in a front yard? If you really want to make sure he dies, I don't think you plop him in a front yard. Right? Like, yeah, mouth and paws. You heard it first, folks. Mouth and paws. Brennan got mouth and paws. Like, and of course they denied going down there. They did not want, the defense team did not want to accompany Mr. Brennan down there, you know? Are they seriously, right now they're doing that? Oh my God. I feel like we should send coffee to the police down there or something. Like, I feel like we got to do something for these guys dealing with this bullshit. Maybe Wednesday when we go to D&E, maybe me and Ashley can stop and bring like a, what are those things down? Dunkin' cells with the hot coffee, the, whatchamacallit? Like, it's like a bucket of it, you know, like a handle of it, basically, of coffee. I feel like we should probably do something like that. Like, sorry, I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone here. I want to get down these comments for you guys. I don't know, but I will tell you this. I think he is extremely nervous, as he should be. I think he is making sure he doesn't take the fifth. He's worried about pleading the fifth now. As y'all know, his attorney has said he is going to plead the fifth. Like, so I'm like, like, amazing, like amazing. Like, let's see. I want to make sure I get all you guys' comments. I always try. Tara's making buy a car. I wish. I've been out without a car for over a year, and it sucks. It sucks, I'll tell you that much. It sucks. Closer to 2 years now. It freaking sucks. But they want like $5,000 for like a used car that like is as is, like with no like guarantees or warranties or anything. Like, and it's like, bro, who has $5,000 in their pocket? I wish. If I did, I would go to the dealership right now and buy a Fred Flintstone. I don't care. Like, he paid 60 grand for it. It might have been secondhand, but he paid 60 grand for it. Okay. The police have the records of it. And also the record he posted was altered, which we found out obviously later, not off brand for him, but it was altered, you know? I didn't know it was 5 hours. I'm going to have to go back and look. Nathan Reed to TB. We can't pay you, but come on down to the Lexus dealership and see if you find something you like. Winkety wink wink. Guaranteed. We call him Smithers over here because he's got to deal with Mr. Burns, you know? Like, got to deal with Mr. Burns. Like, yeah, it does have a bug. It definitely has a bug. Listen, I haven't talked to Grant in quite some time. Sometimes his conspiracies need to calm down a little. And unfortunately, you try to give any constructive criticism and it's purposeless at that point. So we just let Grant do what Grant does, you know? I know they're mad about the billboards, and I saw a couple of them say something like, looks like jury tampering, and then a bunch of smart people like us were like, oh, really? You think it's jury tampering? So all the free Karen Reed billboards and trucks driving by the courthouse and all that stuff, that's not jury tampering? Just saying. Like, just saying. Like, you know, I doubt we'll hear Hank bring that up unless they try to like say something about it, because it really isn't really relevant. But if they even attempt to try to say anything about that rug, 100%. 100% Hank's gonna say something. Like, listen, I'm not scared. I would change it in a heartbeat, but I have to have the extra money to do that. And before I can do that, I have other priorities, obviously, unfortunately. I don't know why that happened. I'm really confused as to why that even happened, honestly. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. But I'm going to correct that. And I'm going to correct the whole Lindsay is not a journalist. She's never been a journalist. She does not claim to be a journalist. I saw a bunch of people saying, like, well, Grant does not speak for Lindsay. Nobody speaks for Lindsay. I got permission from her to tell you guys, like, she has never said she was a journalist. She is not a journalist. I don't really know why that's still being said. But also nobody speaks for her. She can speak for herself. So whatever whatever Grant says or I say, like, just saying it, like, go check with her. Like, she doesn't need anybody to speak for her and to just say, like, well, whatever Grant says is somehow Lindsay's fault or problem. It's not. Grant says whatever Grant wants. You know what I mean? Like, I'll say whatever I want, but it's like holding one of you accountable for something I said. That's crazy talk. Like, that's like saying, like, everything Kevin said is my fault. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that just illogical. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, nobody can be held accountable for what other people say. That's crazy talk. Like, everybody can speak for themselves. She is very well capable of speaking for herself. And as long as you're not a hostile troll, she'll have a conversation with anyone. Like, as long as you're not trolling her, like, so. Colorado Springs is exactly where I was told to go and look, that's where I was told to go and look if I ever go down there, that it's beautiful. Oh, that sounds like fun. A reunion. I skipped my last one. I skipped my 10-year reunion. There wasn't enough people that were going to go, but to be fair, I definitely would go to, like, my 20th if that ever happens. Bev has allowed a lot. Let's hope that she gets her shit together. Let's hope. Like, listen, I've heard some wonderful things about Canada too. My mother's ancestors, some of them are French Canadian, came from Canada. I did the 23andMe, so I have, like, a whole map of the places that my family came from Puerto Rico to Portugal to Scotland and Ireland to French Canadian. Let's see. What do you mean? Sent you your own, use your own money for what? For for a car? Are we just still talking about Aiden's car? I'm confused. Elaborate, Danny. Oh yeah, there would have been drag marks. Also, it wouldn't have been on one side of his body. You don't get beat up on one side of your body. You know what happens to one side of your body? It's if you're clipped on one side of your body. You definitely don't get beat up. I heard about it. I didn't see it. I heard about it, and then I chuckled. Because he could have applied for media credentials if he wanted. He chose not to. You can't then sue because you're not allowed inside the buffer zone. Go get media credentials and then you'd be allowed inside the buffer zone. Like, he will lose and he'll waste money on it, Oh, Brandan's milking the fuck out of them. Excuse my French. It's the only way I know how. Right? And welcome back. But yes, Chloe's like the only dog that doesn't magically produce saliva. Like, what? Let's hope not. Let's hope that the Innocence Fraud Project does not pick up her case. I know that they have picked up cases before that were absolutely 100% questionable. Why the Innocence Project? But you also know there's two and I didn't know this for a while, but there's two Innocence Projects. Like two separate, like, entities called that for whatever reason. Like, let's see. Oh yeah, so we were going to talk about that. So Karen appealed to the Supreme Judicial Court, y'all. SCOTUS, okay? Also known as SCOTUS. And it's not only a Hail Mary, it is the most desperate attempt at getting off on a crime of murder I have ever seen in my life. Not only will SCOTUS not even take this, okay? They will not even take this. They will kick it back down to what the lower First Circuit said, which was goodbye, denied. They will not even look at it for more than, looking at the paperwork itself. Like, they're not going to take this on. I don't know why she would waste time and money. Once again, it's to rile up the base and say, look, we appealed. We're appealing to SCOTUS, everyone. This must be so bad. We had to appeal to SCOTUS. It is ultimately a fail. It will be a fail. It will lose. There's plenty of legal precedent for this. It is not murky by any stretch of the imagination. Therefore, the court will not even attempt to take it. I'll look in a minute, Ashley. Oh, or maybe that. Maybe the police. I mean, I would use mine. I have no problem spending $20 on getting them coffee, I feel like they're going to be heckled and harassed down there. Maybe that's something that we can do. That's nice for them, like I feel like it's shitty for them to have to deal with that. They're just trying to do their job, right? They're trying to keep everybody safe. They're trying to make sure that a trial goes on that's fair. Like they should. And listen, I am never going to say that I am pro or unpro police. Okay. I am not a person that is blue line all the way. Cops can do wrong. I've seen them do wrong. Some can be corrupt. I have seen it with my own 2 eyes, but I also am not stupid enough to think that every cop is corrupt, and every time, something is done that might be a little questionable, are they responsible? I mean, that would be ridiculous. So there have been plenty of times when I've been at Mary Lou's buying my own coffee that I have paid for a first responder or an officer's coffee in front of me to just thank them for their dangerous job that they do. I worked in a prison. It's dangerous. I know. I've transported prisoners. I'm standing with prisoners this close to me with no way to protect myself other than my other colleagues and my hands. Ooh, you live near the mountains? Oh my God. Beautiful. So I think that's exactly the problem sometimes, is the conspiracy rabbit holes that, and drawing lines to things that don't exist. The legal takes are good, decent, but I mean, you gotta kind of cut out the conspiracy line drawing of things that don't exist. Willie Burns has a ring to it. Willie Burns! He's Mr. Burns and Smithers, okay? Yeah, he definitely knows she's guilty. Yeah, they're definitely not going to bring up the rug. Well, this is why I had to address it. Like, it was friends and family don't need to show anything. They crowdfunded that for John. It's beautiful. It's amazing. I hope other ones go up. But they don't have to show anybody how they spent their money. And then there's no friends or family LLC. It was friends and family of him crowdfunded together and paid for it. And it was beautiful. And it's a wonderful tribute. And it shouldn't be sullied by conspiracies that don't exist. It was an amazing billboard, and I hope it stays up for as long as humanly possible. Box of Joe. Yes, that's what it's called. Thank you. Box of Joe. Box of Joe. Yes, there are, Joy. The first trial, they hired these digital trucks, okay, that say free Karen Reed with a picture of her. It's like a digital billboards is what they are on the side of box trucks, and it goes on to both sides. And they paid this truck to drive up and down the street, up and down the street, up and down the street during hearings and during the trial. So yeah, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately. Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of schools don't allow you to even bake cupcakes for the kids anymore, which I hate. So I would love to send my kid to school with my amazing cupcakes, just saying. Ugh. Yeah, that billboard has been there since forever. Also, how much are they paying for that to just keep staying there like that? Honestly. Honestly. Well, a lot of these people have. A lot of these people have. And yeah, it is part of the the smear campaign, you know? Like, it, unfortunately, it is. Like, ooh, you did Seattle? Go, girl. Love you, dude. See you later. We can all be wrong. You know, I don't necessarily mean that like we can all, even I am wrong sometimes. Everyone can be wrong. We're just guessing at this point, right? We give our best guesses based on the knowledge that we have. I have a knowledge of the law, so I give my best guess based on that knowledge. Obviously, any one of us can be wrong at any given point, right? And also, sometimes you get information from a source that you try to source out again that someone else gives you as well, and you're like, all right, then this is some solid information, and it ends up being not so solid information. So I've learned to be a little more careful when it comes to sources, for sure. But I think we can all be wrong, you know. I mean, but I do let my track record of guessing speak for itself. I think my batting average is pretty good at this point. So I let that sort of speak for itself. Oh my God, that would be an amazing thing to do. Have like an annual Twisted Tragedies party. Like, I'm totally in. I have a huge yard. When I mean huge, I mean like enormous. Like, I have so much space in my yard. They probably did, and my DNA, but I did it because my daughter has a rare disease and I wanted to see if I could find any other family members. My mother was adopted, and so we didn't know any medical history past just me and my mom. So I did it as so I could try to find some of my mother's biological family and see if there was any other medical history that I could get from any of them to maybe help with my daughter's disease, or maybe guess about anything that would be oncoming for her. So if it wasn't for that, I would not have done it, to be honest. Oh, I want to go to a Patriots game so bad. I haven't been to one in, oh God, years, probably 10, maybe at least. And my birthday is in November, and I always want to go. The tickets are so expensive, though. Like, what you got to do is you got to find somebody that has like really nice, good season tickets, and ask them if they're going to find a weekend or they're not going to use them, and maybe they'll let you pay cheap money for them. You can't sue to get press credentials. You have to apply for those press credentials, and you have to like have a foundation for it, right? Like, so I mean, he didn't apply. Like, come on, you know. Actually, Debbie, it's 333 currently. That is the number at the top of my screen. We are streaming from more than one platform. So where you might be seeing 122 over on your screen, there's actually 333 people watching this stream right now, which is pretty good for someone streaming in the middle of the day at 11 in the morning on the East Coast and only has a little over 2,000 subscribers. I'm not complaining, that's for sure. No, they will not hear it. They'll kick it right back down to the First Circuit. Like, absolutely. We all have a better chance of hitting the lottery or seeing God than she does of winning that. And bingo. Dixie Doodles put it right. Delay, deflect, and distract. It's what they've been doing the entire time. There is no point. They just come in and say things like that. Like, it's going to like make me sad or something. Like, I might cry or something. Like, no, learn how streaming works. I've said this before. If you want to insult someone about how many viewers they have, right? Know how streaming works so you don't look silly, all right? That's not the number of all people watching. That's just the number of people on that platform. I am streaming on multiple platforms at the moment. They can try. I think it's what they're doing is, well, with Tom, it's different than what they're doing with the buffer zone. I think Tom is bitching because he's not media. And so he can't get into where the media is. He doesn't have press credentials. So he's more bitching about the fact that he can't get into the buffer zone because he doesn't have the press credentials. Whereas the buffer zone people are whining because they don't like where the buffer zone is. But that also was taken into consideration because the businesses surrounding the courthouse asked that it not, hurt their businesses anymore because of this trial. Last year, they thought that would be a one and none, and it was not. And so they're asking, hey, can you not make this a circus again? Like, that too. I thought about that when we were in Canton. I wasn't going to say anything, but I thought maybe we would do the same and drop off another like box of Joe or a gift card for them to buy their own box of Joe. You guys had a good idea there. Because I heard the morale is shit over there, obviously from the thing that came out. And I don't want them to feel like that. Their job is dangerous. Okay. It's dangerous. It's shitty. They shouldn't feel like nobody cares about them or people would party if they died. I mean, maybe some crazed lunatics would, but that's not okay. That's just not okay. Like, listen, might not be able to send, you can't like give specific gifts to specific people, but you absolutely can drop food off and they'll take it. You can do it at fire stations, police stations, and you can buy them. Like Subway has like a platter, catering platter. You can send like, Subway sandwiches and chips. You can send like pizzas, like you can do stuff like that. And they'll take that. They're allowed to be fed, I guess. I agree, Joy. I actually wanted to hear your take on it, you being a lawyer. But I said the same thing. I said there was a 0% chance, right, that they ever got any sort of anything in any of these. They all would be denied. I said there was a 0% chance that she didn't get like that. There was a 100% chance that like they would be denied. There was a 0% chance she would get anything out of them because there's so much legal precedent. It's so clear. There's no way to wriggle yourself out of that. There's no double jeopardy if there is no actual verdict read. And you can change your mind as a juror. You guys can vote as many times as you want. That vote can change every time you vote. So even though they might have agreed to something in that room, ultimately they weren't able to agree on all the charges, on everything. So in the end, somebody could have changed their mind once again. So until that verdict is read in the courtroom, it is not a verdict. Therefore, double jeopardy does not attach, right? And there is so much legal precedent for that. There just is. That there would be no chance that they would be able to win it, ever. The rug and Alessi's hair. Maybe it came from the same place. Maybe it came from the same place. Yeah, it's completely inappropriate. You can't ask a jury about their deliberations. And I also honestly do believe that some of these jurors who are saying like, oh, well, it's, they think that she's innocent. I honestly believe they only change their opinions to that after they were let go from the jury. And that is exactly why you can't bring a jury back in, because after they've been influenced by the media and by these people, they can lie and say, oh, well, we thought she was innocent, when in fact they thought she was guilty. They just don't want to be harassed. There's a precedent for that as well, because once you are gone from the court, you can be influenced by anybody or anything. Like, you can do that. Yes, you can actually do that. You can call D&E. You can call D&E up and say, hey, I want to pay on my card, my bank card or credit card or whatever. And you can order pizzas straight over to the Canton PD if you want from D&E. And that way you're supporting them both. Absolutely, you can do that. You can absolutely do that. Anybody can do that. Y'all can do that anytime you want. And I would say you should. Like, if you can't afford it, absolutely. I say that's a great idea, and y'all should. People have done it a million times before, where they've just called D&E and they've paid for food and said donate it, right? Like, that, because if they don't live in the area, like, I think it's amazing, and that's such a great idea. Supposedly the billboard is staying up for free. The Karen, well, that's disgusting. That company should be ashamed of themselves. But I'm guessing they're a free Karen Reed person that runs it, 3 more billboards. Oh, for John? Let's hope. Let's hope. I thought I was wrong once, but I was wrong. That was the once, freak. That was the once. That was the once. Heather got it. She said that was the one time. That's funny. Error is human, exactly. And we're only human. We can all be wrong once in a while. Not often. I'm just kidding. No, not often. I'm not wrong often, but I am wrong once in a while. I agree. Those should be allowed. Lock her ass up should be allowed, Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. They do suck right now, and they need to get their shit together. I'm wearing my Patriot shirt right now. But really, I mean, I have jerseys, I have shirts. Like, if y'all didn't know, I'm actually a huge football fan as a woman. And anytime I would play squares with my husband's father's work, I would like get pretty high up or win. And then at one point they accused me of like not picking my own picks. So I literally video recorded me picking my picks, my husband picking his picks, his dad picking his picks, and sending them back in with his dad to work. And that week, of course, I won. And I was like, now y'all can't say shit. I happen to follow football and I am a football fan. Thank you. Like, my text message. I'm sorry. It's hard to it's hard to look at text messages while I'm live. Sometimes I have a second to check when we're watching something on the court stuff. I don't think I can do both at the same time though. Is it together? Is the video and the song together as one? Because I can't play the video and then play the like I can't do both separately. It'd have to be one to do it. If it's one, I'll play it in a little bit. I don't so that's the thing, right? We're at 10, right? And I keep hearing she wants to go to 16. But 16, I think, is what we had last time, right? And we almost ran out of jurors. Excuse me. We almost ran out of jurors. So why would we do that again? Why would we do 16 again? Like, we should be doing more like 18 or 20 jurors. Like, I mean, 16 is like, okay, we almost ran out last time. Like, oh, I'm sure he loved that though. Yep. I wrote it all down, chicks, because I'm good like that. I wrote it all down and I've calculated every day. I write down how many, the jurors, numbers, and which questions, just to see like how many versus like how many heard of the case, how many formed an opinion. So that's, 66 heard of the case, but only 43 formed an opinion. That'd be hard for me to believe. But this is the exact reason on why these questions are asked, right? Cookies was the least we could do. Oh, that was so nice. You can also send, you know what I've thought about too, is sending them crumble cookies. Those are so good. And they're such a treat. Like I sent them, me and a bunch of other people threw together to send to my friend Kara for her birthday. And we got her a star kit. We named a star after her, and it came with a necklace with the name of the star, which we named after her. And then the date that we named it, which was her birthday. And then the coordinates of where the star was. And there was a map and all that, and the certificate and everything. But then we also sent crumble cookies to her. And it was a super nice gift. And I keep thinking about those damn crumble cookies. I'm like, oh god damn, I want some crumble cookies. Like, they're so good. Like it is a better view, but it's like so much fun to just go sit at the game, Like it's a blast. Yeah, the businesses actually did complain about the buffer zone. A bunch of businesses. I'm not really sure which side they were on of the courthouse, which businesses they were. We weren't told, but they did complain. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think what they were hoping is that they would skip maybe that side of the road and say like, you guys can't be standing in front of the businesses, because technically, I mean, the businesses do have a right to say you can't loiter outside. Like, if you're not purchasing something, you can't loiter right directly in front of my business, we don't know. That's a good question. At some point, whenever Bev gets to it, Route 1. Yeah, Route 1 is where it is. Route 1 is so dangerous. So dangerous. That's right. Justice for John and his family. And I'm going to add to this comment, Dewdrops. I'm also going to say for his friends and his supporters, because at this point, and I will point this out over and over again, it is extended far beyond just John's family and the witnesses. And it is extended on to anybody who dare say that she's a murderer and poor John's the victim, right? is extended to anybody who covers this case and gives the facts. And people have been tormented, tortured, terrorized, and it's not okay. And I think every one of those people, including myself, deserves justice. It deserves to happen. And the people that thought that it was okay to do these things, I also think that they need to be held accountable as well. I think some of them will be held accountable. I just think justice is slow and it takes a long while, but I really hope that in the end they learn a lesson of what's okay and what's not okay. As a grown adult, you'd think that most people would know what's okay and what's not okay, but apparently they do not. Joy said the defense was also arguing facts of case from their perspective in that appeal. There was probable cause to try her. Yep, that didn't change, and applying facts to law is the jury's role. That's right, it is. Well, you notice too, in any filing that they make, they also, as you say, put the facts in their perspective, which is not actually like the real explainable facts that go with the evidence, as we know. It's just their spin and misinterpretation on things that they can try to help get their client off of, Yeah, you guys haven't seen the photo yet of the old billboard? Well, that's still in front of, it's the Free Karen Reed billboard. I don't know if you guys really want to see it, but if you haven't seen it. Yeah, all different creators have their own take on things. Like, I do think, 18 to 20 jurors to be safe. I don't think doing the 16 is, it's being heard today. Yeah, well, we know what the outcome of that is. If anybody gets an update on that, let me know. But, we know. I don't know if we necessarily need 25, but I do think to be safe, we need at least 20. I think it's a little much to say we only need 16, knowing how many of them were dismissed last time. Like, you're going to risk running out? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me why she would only do 16. Like, yeah, exactly. A career-making case. Yeah, it'll also be a career-killing case as well for some of these people. Let's, Girl, I am jelly. I'm admitting to the chat I'm eating a crumble cookie for breakfast. Listen, that's okay. You're allowed to do whatever you want. Law work is freaking hard and taxing, girl. You can eat as many crumble cookies as you want, in my opinion. You do God's work. Yeah, more than 16 just makes more sense to me. Why would you do 16 when we basically almost ran out last time? It just doesn't make sense to me to not have a couple more as a buffer, That's concerning. That's very concerning. That Tom said on his live that someone who is, quote, very close to them almost got on the jury. That's like, what? Why? First of all, it's not very smart to say it out loud, number one, right? Number two, like, what? Like, I'm confused. What? Like, come on now. Like, we need a fair and impartial jury. I don't want a juror that knows about this case already. I want someone who doesn't know a thing about it. I want them to look at the evidence, not knowing a goddamn thing about this, because I have faith that anybody looking at all of the evidence who doesn't know anything about this will come to the correct conclusion. Like, but I do think that that's partly their only hope, is to try to sneak someone onto the jury. Let's get real. They're going to get caught. Like, and also if you tamper with the jury, like something, like, you can be held accountable for that. Like, you can be held accountable. Do not tamper with a jury. It is not a good idea to try to send someone in who got jury duty and say, lie to get on there. Not only can you be in trouble, they can be in a lot of trouble. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard, of these people trying to sneak onto the jury. It's absurd. Even admitting it is absurd. I've never seen anything like that in my life. That's another thing. I was saying that yesterday. It is definitely difficult to get 25 people, even 20, even 10 to take 8 weeks off of work, because, I would never be able to do that in my situation currently. Never. Ever, ever, ever. There's no chance in hell I would be able to do that. No chance. That would be a huge burden financially for anyone. Like, my husband would not be able to do that. Like, that's no friggin' way. Like, I don't think anybody would be able to do that. Like, we don't make, a lot of money. We're hard workers, but, we're the working poor. It's not, I don't think, unless you're able to afford sitting on a jury, again, it's like $50 a day. in Massachusetts is what the court gives you as like a stipend. And that's only after the 3 days. Most employers will pay for like 3 to 5 days. But after that, you're on your own. You're either using your own like sick time or your own, vacation time or nothing at all. And you don't get paid. You get $50 a day. That's not enough to pay your bills. And they can't have people who are going to be evicted from their homes because they're not able to pay their bills because they're sitting on a jury. That would be a huge financial detriment to them. And I think it bugs me when the judge keeps saying like something like plane tickets or surgery or financials. I don't know why that's not the first thing that comes out of her mouth. Financials. Like Joy said, one of the most appalling things about Free Karen Read is they bring their children out there to protest for a murderer's freedom and against police officers. The message taught to kids is appalling. Okay, so the one thing that I really had a problem with this last time around was the little girl. I think she's autistic, maybe Asperger's. I'm not really sure. But she swore at Grant, and the mother posted it on TikTok as if it was the funniest, cutest thing ever. And said she wasn't in school because the school wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing, which I don't disagree that Massachusetts has a real big problem with complying with IEPs or doing things they're supposed to when it comes to disabled kids. Believe me, I have fought them all of my oldest daughter's life when it comes to making sure that she has what she needs with her medical stuff. And they are very difficult. And no, they don't follow IEPs, and you have to fight and fight and fight. But to have that kid sit out there every day swearing at grown adults and telling them to F off and then posting that on TikTok as if it's cute at that age. She wasn't 15 or 16, she was small. I think she's a little younger than mine. Mine's 7. Like, so we're talking 5 or 6, maybe 7. I don't like around that age, between 5 and 7. Like, that's not cute. That's not adorable. That's wrong. And your child should have been reprimanded for swearing, disability or not. Like, at that age, my children would never. And I swear like a truck driver, but they know better. I'm an adult. They are a child. Like, I know. I don't know why they said 16. It's crazy. It's just not enough. Oh, absolutely. They can be held in contempt. They can be charged with perjury. There are a multitude of things that can happen. Jury tampering is an actual charge. But I do too, DJ. I think that, yes, of course, Sonny. Hold on. Let me get you the link, Lovey. Hold on. Try to send it. Copy. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second to copy this link. Send it to myself so then I can send it to her on the phone. Because it'll be easier for her to get on if I send it straight to her phone. I usually send it to people's emails because they're usually using their computers, but she's not using her computer, so. But I think Hank does absolutely know what to look for. And they do all think that they're above the law. They absolutely should pay the jurors what the jurors make. If you're making them miss work, it should be, what they make. Oh, I agree with that. I think, and the harassment of Paul is just deplorable to me. It's disgusting. Like, it should never happen. I don't understand at all why these people think it's okay to do these things. Like, it's just not. Like leave the family alone. Like that thing that that Karen did of Peggy, like trying to mimic or mock her, like that was the most disgusting thing I have ever seen a day in my goddamn life. A day in my goddamn life. Like, I just can't. Like, I literally just cannot. It's utterly disgusting. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Technically, I'd be self-employed at the moment. I'm back and forth with my oldest at the hospital. But now they're saying hopefully she can be released soon. So that's a good thing. Hand surgeries are healing up nicely. We got some new medications, and Her feed tube is got like this new sort of filter on it because her body wasn't holding the nutrients. So now that filter thing should do it. And so they're saying now maybe she can come home soon, but they want us to go see another specialist in Pennsylvania. So that's going to be difficult. But I could never sit in the jury because I couldn't risk not bringing in some income. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I just don't understand why bring your kids into things like that. It just doesn't really make lots of sense to me. I can't. Yeah, they have, but I feel like in this case, it is so widely publicized that if a juror lies to get onto that trial, dude, and she ends up being found guilty, like she can try to appeal all she wants, but I highly doubt she'll ever win it. Like, I mean, of course, God forbid, right? Like, I never bring my kids there, and there's a reason because I don't need people stalking my children. Those losers and lunatics absolutely will. Absolutely will. I put nothing past those people that choose to do things like that. And it's not all of free Karen Reed. It's just the people that choose to act like insane people, you know? Yeah, 16. Christina Rex said it. So smart. Lots of smart. Yeah, you saw that little girl? Yeah, it was funny to them. And I was like, this is not cute. Like, this is not that poor kid. Like, that is not cute. Right? Right? Like, I mean, come on, dude. Like, only one of mine is over 18, but Jesus, I mean, they know better. Like, I know. We got to get you a mic next, Sonny. I made an Amazon wish list. I did. I haven't finished it, but on it is like lapel mics that are like wireless that go on your lapel so that if I'm out in the public and I'm using my phone to stream, I actually might have good sound. So that'll be the next thing, you know, I need some lighting and some background. I need a background. I need like a screen, you know. I absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna play one of the videos. Did you already post the one you want me to show, or is it not posted yet? I'm just trying to get through some of the last of these comments so I can catch up. Right? Like take you by surprise because you're like, what in the goddamn hell? Who told you could do that? Like yeah, that I did feel bad for some of those jurors in that trial. That was cuckoo. That was crazy bananas. Like that was crazy bananas. Like, yeah, that it wasn't cute. Like it was disturbing. Like it's just not cute. Like, oh no. Well, that's not good. They're kids. Like, why drag the kids into that? You know? Like, yeah, she does kind of look like a banshee in a way. Like, it wasn't that they took their kids out of school; their kid wasn't even going to school at all because I don't know. So I don't know the whole situation. That's what the mother said that she wasn't going to school at all because something about the school wasn't dealing with her disability. That's all I know because that's all the mother said. But I have no idea. Like a kid in a duck suit, that's awful. That's terrible. I cannot even. That is why do that to a child? Like, I mean, I'm trying to go with like Boundless here when he says like some of these people are like hills have eyes people. Like, what is happening? There are some decent FKR people that don't act this way. I know. Like, I know. Like, come on, man. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. The appeals court's definitely sick of her. So by this time, they're like, yeah, F off, dude. We're tired of your stupid appeals. No. Oh, yeah, John's right on that. John's 100% right, and I told you guys, if you want somebody to follow when it comes to this, like, definitely go, like, in and follow his, like, tweets. He'll give you, like, the best of, like, what he's watching, you know, like, with no extra fluff of, like, well, today, this person's wearing purple, and, like, usually he just gives you the facts. He'll give you some opinion, too, of his, as he should. It's his thing, but, like, if you wanna know, like, basic stuff, like, he's a good person to follow, you know? But he said apparently the defense is desperate to delay the trial. I have to agree with that because they've done so many things already to try to delay the trial. They wanted to stay in federal court. Then they wanted it from the First Circuit. They asked for it to already be like pushed off by Cannoni first. And then was the federal court, and then was the First Circuit. And all of them said no. So here we are appealing again to the Supreme Judicial Court, and they asked for a stay. And the stay was denied as well. So no, like
Hello, Chica.
hi, thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do. I appreciate that. Here's the thing: whether you believe Karen's innocent or not, I try to give the facts. Guess I'm going to give some of my opinion because it's my show. You gotta have to expect that, right? But I am proud of my chat in a way that they don't just attack you if you think Karen's innocent. That's not how it happens. It happens when somebody comes in to troll or be snarky, you know what I'm saying? And they come in to just bash someone, because normally that's what they do here. They come here, they talk about my looks or my education, on how I'm not actually an attorney, so nothing I say is credible. I call bullshit on that, because I will let my track record of my predictions on this case speak for itself. So once again, they just come here to sort of insult and in a way try to intimidate. It's deplorable, really. But if you just want to chill, right? You just want to talk with a couple people about the case. You want to maybe have a good civil back and forth, debate, maybe get some more facts that you didn't know about because you lived in an echo chamber of people lying to you about certain things. And we will just tell you where to go look for yourself. Like, it's in the court documents, or it happened in a court hearing, and we'll try to find that exact spot for you so that you can go and watch it or look at it for yourself. Like, I don't necessarily, I know that there aren't every Karen Reed person isn't an asshole. I speak to many people who don't like go and stand out front of the courthouse, and they usually message me on X here and there to ask questions about the trial or certain things they want me to point them to in the paperwork and stuff. And I've had very real, kind, amazing conversations with many of them. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. I was gonna do that too, Anna, is add maybe some clothes for my little one, because Lord knows she needs them. Her legs are starting to like, when your kid's like starting to get taller and like the pant leg is now like starting to come up like this much on her leggings. I'm like, God damn it. Like now I'm gonna have to start buying all 8s. Not here. Not here. Massachusetts doesn't require them to make up the difference in the pay for the jurors, unfortunately. That is, I don't know why, but they don't do that here in Massachusetts.
You know what I think we should do?
What?
We should have professional juries.
I agree with that, but somebody else here, I forget who it was, pointed out something specifically about why professional jurors would be a bad idea as well. Something about greed and money, and because they could probably be paid. I agree with that sentiment. So maybe we got to figure out a way that, like, it couldn't just be all the same people all the time. You know what I mean? But I do feel like some sort of professional, some sort of something with jurors, instead of like, because they don't have the way we do it. They don't do it this way in the UK. They just don't. Like,
no, I think that they have, like, they do it for a certain length of time and you rotate out.
Yeah,
I think. But
I think that's such a good idea. Like,
but you also can't get like court docs and stuff in England, like here. Like, you're not like, their press doesn't allow them to do what our press does, which is probably smart, actually, given all the chaos of social media these days. But
I mean, it would suck for people like me who just want to know, like, I just want to dig into like the court filings and like read them all. But like,
yeah,
I guess I get why it's smart, and in the other aspect,
Yeah, but that's why we have a lot of creators that do true crime from over there, because they can't do it in their own country. They're like, stop asking me why I don't do this here, because we frickin' can't. Like, oh, that makes sense.
Oh, you're totally welcome, Jesse. You'll always get a warm welcome from us here. As long as people aren't trolling or insulting, you'll always get a warm welcome here on my channel.
I think, like, I get the whole people could be bought thing, but I think it's the same kind of thing with with any kind of job that we entrust, like, you know, we have teachers, we have police officers, we have a lot of things that we trust people with that, like, people could fuck around with. And honestly, look at the crap that does happen. This kind of stuff happens when they're not professional jurors. And then it's probably even more scary because people are literally getting their lives threatened, you know? So, like, I feel like, you know, it would have to be kind of, the other part of it is you can become too well educated, I feel like, too, like, because I think part of the reason the jury system works is because not everybody thinks they're a damn expert. You know, they rely on each other for teamwork and stuff. And I feel like if you got a bunch of know-it-alls, you know what I mean? Like, that could be dangerous too. So I'd be curious to talk to people that live in areas that actually have professional juries.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea. And Sunken Grave, I agree with you. This whole thing of them saying that Kevin is faking cancer, you know where they got that from, right? That's absolutely 100% false, by the way. Kevin absolutely does have cancer. And they got that from the sewer turtle, okay? They got it from a man who constantly pushes out lies about people he doesn't like. And then they repeat it because he repeats it. He repeats it on his show to thousands of people. And those thousands of people take it as if it's a fact and if it is true. And then they repeat it. I've had it happen to me a billion times. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, but just because he said something does not magically make it true. He can say it a billion times. It doesn't make it true. This man doesn't care about the things that he's saying being true. So I laugh as hard as I literally can when I see someone go, he always gives the facts and he's always honest about it. And I'm just laughing, just reading it because pre-Karen Reed, like, forget this entire case. Pre-Karen Reed, the man has been caught in at least 3 court cases, doctoring evidence of people harassing him, of him harassing himself to use against other people. In Ashley's case, in Ryan Waters' case, there's numerous cases, and now he's already done it in the case with him and Lindsay, so like him and Kate. So, like, make no mistake when I say, like, he's a liar. And then you have people on his side that will write affidavits and lie for him. I can tell you this for a fact because one of these people wrote an affidavit against Kate saying that they stared at her in the courthouse when they were in Stoughton, except I was there that day. And that day I was still on the Karen's innocent side before any of the evidence came out. And I was with that person that wrote that affidavit. That person was standing behind me. Okay. They did not know Kate was there. All right. We didn't know she was there until we left the courthouse and we were outside. And then Kate came out with the family. And the immediate thing she said to me was, how did she get in there? We didn't see her. Oh, okay. She was standing behind me. And at one point I said, hey, why don't you get in front of me? Because it was this big partition in the middle, right, in Stoughton. And the Hewitt turtle with his little arms was behind said partition, and there was like a big, TV screen in front of him. So he was kind of going like this to see us. We were all standing at the door. They made us, there was no seats left. So they made us stand at the door in like a line of like 2 or 3 rows. And she was behind me and he was like doing this. And I could tell he was like looking to see if she was there. So I was like, hey, you might want to get in front of me so he can see you. So like, then she's shorter than me. So she get in front of me, right? Still didn't see Kate. So, but then come to find out later on, this is the same person that wrote an affidavit under pains and penalties of perjury that they knew Kate was there and Kate was staring them down. And that didn't happen. I went outside with her. And the first thing she said when Kate came out with the family is, how did she get in there? So then you're going to write in an affidavit that she was there and staring at you when you had no idea she was even in the courtroom. That is called perjury. Okay. So there are people willing to lie under oath. And I will tell you, at least 4 or 5 have either lied under oath or given affidavits that were lies. And that is committing a crime. They don't seem to care. They don't care if they lie for him. It's amazing to me. You're willing to go to jail or catch a charge for somebody who doesn't give a shit about you. Let's just make something abundantly clear. I don't think maybe those will be released, but like maybe parts of them will for whatever reason, just to show like how he doesn't care about really anyone. I think in his trial, you'll see them, maybe not in Karen's.
Probably Mello will fucking find a way to release them.
Poor Mello, dude. He's got cancer himself. He's very sick. Like, I don't think we'll see. I don't think. Yeah, we'll see him, but maybe Cosgrove. I don't know, but I think you will see like some of these messages where he literally says, like, have you seen my followers? They're all horrible and ugly and stupid, and they'll just keep giving me money. Like, when some of these people see these messages, and although some of them have been shown some of them already, some of them just don't care. They're like, oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't care? He said that about you? That's disturbing. Like, but for the masses to see the way he speaks about them, it's like, bro, wake the fuck up. He doesn't care about a single one of you. So for you to lie under oath and commit a crime to try to get a pat on the back from him is gross. You're a grown adult, dude. You don't need a pat on the back from anyone. Like,
how come he has never been charged with evidence tampering or whatever that charge would be?
you know, I honestly feel like I gotta watch what I say here.
Connections.
I honestly feel like some of the crimes that I feel like he has committed, in my opinion, they're waiting on them. They're waiting to either charge him, or there are sealed indictments that they're waiting to drop.
But hasn't some of that, because I heard people talking about him doctoring evidence before, and I thought that when they were talking about it that it was like years ago. It was Kate.
No.
When I first started watching some of because I found your channel and Kate's channel when I first started watching this trial, so that I could go, I was like, oh my God, they're reading court docs, and like I was like, thank God. So I listened to a bunch of the stuff before I ever even like talked with you on any kind of social media or anything. But I thought that's what she said, because I thought she'd said she'd brought him to court a bunch of different times and he would make shit up and like he would get off. And I'm like, how does that?
So that's the other problem that we keep seeing, is that I believe that there is someone in the court system, or someone in this that is helping him in ways that no person deserves to be helped who's done these things. There is someone somewhere, mostly in Stoughton, I feel like, helping him. It's that simple. Like, there is no other way around it. Like, no one else, everyone else on planet Earth would have been sitting in a jail cell by now. Okay? Like, literally. Enjoy, yes, I agree. Desperate delay tactic. Alan Jackson injured by a random dog pig creature that can't proceed to trial today. Dr. Russell en route to investigate the dog pig bites. Yeah, well, she'll just say they're there, like Arlene, this is perfect. She said, I took my kids out of school once, but we visited a real zoo with animals that behaved better than some of the free Karen Reed Zoo. I'll reiterate, it's not all of them, but yes, the zoo that is those actions is just bad, dude. Like, bad. Well, that's going to be part of trying to figure out like how you would avoid corruption and how you would pay them otter. I think,
I mean, think about though. I mean, like if you think about it with any kind of political, oh God, this case has brought me into politics and I fucking despise politics. Like I don't ever think about politics, and this case has brought me into it. And I'm like, oh my God, I have to get out. 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 I'm like, I gotta cut the cord. But I mean, there's so much public corruption and shit the way it is. I don't know. I feel like it'd be really cool to talk to somebody who actually sat in I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if we did something more like England and the UK, and we didn't allow things to be public. I don't know though. That's like America. So I don't know. I just think there's so many other jobs, or positions that people have that you could exploit by being corrupt. And people do, but doesn't mean they're all going to. And I feel like you weed them out.
I don't know, you guys. Kevin's cancer is back, I guess. He's under treatment and doing more chemo and radiation. That's awful to hear. That's terrible. I send some love and prayers to Kevin, because nobody deserves that, dude. No one deserves to go through that. Cancer killed both my grandfathers. My grandmother in Florida has beat it 3 times. That woman is a trooper. She is 89 years old and has now again gotten tested for skin cancer that they're treating. But she is 3 times she has beat cancer, breast cancer, and then 2 breast cancer twice, and a different kind of some cancer before that. But she lives in Florida, so now she's got a patch of skin cancer. So God bless her, 89 years old, and she's such a sweet woman. I don't get to see her that often, obviously, because she lives so far, and the money and time it would take to see her. But I'm hoping that maybe at the end of this summer I can figure out a way to drive down there and see her, because she's getting up there in years and I want to spend some time with her, But that's awful to hear, like everybody say a little prayer for Kev, because
Yeah.
he's done a great job of sort of holding it together while fighting cancer for so long, and hopefully with treatments that he can live a very long, happy, healthy life, with the new stuff that they got going on with cancer. But chemo and radiation is no fun. My daughter never had to do radiation, but she's had to do the IVIG and the chemo treatments. Same cancer drugs that any other cancer patient would have. Hers wasn't for cancer, it was for her disease, but it's the same drug. So I know exactly how it makes you feel and the symptoms of it, and they're not fun. They're not fun,
Yeah. My grandmother passed away from a brain tumor.
Oof.
It was awful. It was so awful.
My grandfather had pancreatic cancer. One of my grandfathers had pancreatic cancer, and that was awful to watch. He was a very large man, and by the end, he did not even look like himself. He was so skinny,
Yeah, and that's fast.
Yeah, it was
Pancreatic is the worst. Like,
it was very fast.
My friend's mom passed of that a few years ago, and it was like, she was like, I just felt sick and I went to the doctor, and
yep,
6 months later she was gone. It was just awful.
It's terrible. It's terrible. So Jude said, Reed, Jo, and Karen Reed fighting. I love John, don't take me wrong, but the pros cannot honor him with sainthood. They need to show his flaws so the jury is not turned off to them. I agree. Like, John's definitely not a saint. No one's a saint. There's no such thing as a saint. We all have flaws and we're all imperfect. And that's what makes us human, right? Is that we're all imperfect and we all have flaws. And I love that about humans, right? Like, admitting them is the problem, right? Like, admitting the flaws or admitting the things that we're wrong on seems to be the issue. But I don't think they're going to paint him as a saint, but I do think that they're going to show like he was a police officer who took on taking care of 2 children that were not his own. And he was single nonetheless when he did so. And he took this role on seriously, and he took it seriously. And those kids lost 2 parents in a 6-month period, and then John, and he changed his work hours at work so that he could work a sort of 9 to 5 as a cop so that he could take care of the kids.
He left Boston so he could be didn't he work sex crimes in Canton too? Like,
no, it was Boston, but he worked a 9 to 5. That's why he worked sex crimes. So he got the sort of desk job instead. It was a desk job. So like, but he did that so that he had the hours to be able to take the kids. But I mean, I think everyone has flaws, right? They were arguing that night. We know that he was kind of put offish in the text messages of her, very dismissive. I mean, it's natural for anybody to be that way if you're fighting. I don't think he was a bad person, but I do think that they will show that like he was the text messages between him and her. And I think that sort of speaks for itself, like the way she was acting, the way he was acting. But I do think he was sick of it at that point. And I can't kind of blame him. Reading those text messages, you can't kind of blame him, like, I agree with you, Otter. No ethics.
I do feel like he had already, I do personally feel like he had already broke up with her. And like, I just feel like from what I gather, and this is my conjecture, I feel like he was finally, because a lot of men that are like Karen's a freaking abuser. Like, she's an abusive person. Yeah. And I think that, most men that are in those kind of situations, especially when you have like, you're a police officer, but just the bravado of being a dude, I don't think that they think about it. I don't think they're like, my girlfriend is abusing the shit out of me, because it's just like, it's
because it is like a bravado. But I mean, I do agree with this little bit of a sentiment where like he definitely was using her a little bit to like watch the kids, right? Like he needed someone to help him with the kids, and she was doing it, and like he relied on it. So I think in a way he kept her around longer than he should have because she was watching the kids. I don't think she deserved it, but I do think that even when he was like, I'm done, this relationship has run its course, like she didn't leave. Yeah. He told her to leave his house and she wouldn't leave. So it's like, in a way, she's got to hold herself accountable for that as well. Like he said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And she was like, I'm not leaving. Like, I'm not going. Like, you know?
I feel like he wanted to instill in those children the same kind of ethics and values that he had as a blue collar man. And I feel like, I mean, obviously I don't know them at all, but I feel like he, you know, probably grew up with really good work ethics and morals and values and appreciated everything that he had. And I feel like that was a big part of his problem with her, was he was starting to realize that her values, like she would do shit like, well, I'm just going to scream bloody murder at people and then I'll just buy them their
Buy
hotel
them.
rooms
Yeah.
and then it's going to be all
Fine.
okay again, you know? And I just feel like he was starting to realize, like, that's not how I want these kids
You
to be
can't buy
raised.
love. And I think that was part of his problem. I do think he was a little harsh when it came to like, oh, well, you're, you know, spoiling them with donuts. I think donuts isn't really spoiling them. But I get it. I get where he was going with it, which is like, you can't buy love, right? You can't pay for love, and spoiling kids is not a way to teach them how to earn it. Right.
And I think that, like, yes, that's too far, but also I think that, parents can go overboard when we love our
Yeah.
kids, like, for one thing. And for two, I think that sometimes that shit, like, you put up with so much of it that you're like, when you finally realize it and you start noticing it, it's like it's in everything and it's just too much. So you're just like, holy shit, this is happening in every area of their life. Like, she's buying them this and buying them that and buying them
Yep.
this. And like, that's not how I want them to be raised. So
No,
I don't know.
I think that's exactly right. I mean, I'm glad that you're open-minded, Jesse. That's probably all you're ever going to hear from FKR on that side, is that I'm a horrible, terrible human being. Rah, rah, I'm so scary. I'm awful. Like, but that stems from Aiden just lying to people. Literally. Like, he told a bunch of people that, like, I'm just a grifter who makes a ton of GoFundMes, and he shows a bunch of GoFundMes, half of them from people who have like the same name but aren't me, and the other couple of them, yes, were mine. We had a fire, and we're poor, so all of our belongings burned in that fire. So I had one for that. I had one for my daughter to go see the doctors at Texas Children's, because they're the only doctors that know about my daughter's disease. She is one of 200 people on planet Earth with her disease, and there's only one doctor that studies it in the lab. There are people who have the disease that come from the UK, Australia, and other states, and they go to Texas Children's. Thankfully, Children's here works with Texas Children's now, because this was years ago. And I couldn't afford to just fly to Texas and stay in Texas on our own. Unfortunately, we're poor people. And then one I had way, way back, which never even made anything, to maybe fix the teeth that I have over here that are broken and gone from abuse. So, yes, when you're poor and you need help, you have to sort of swallow your pride and ask for it. And over the 18 years of helping other people as a volunteer advocate, I've learned like to swallow my pride sometimes. Like, and it's hard. I can ask for help for anybody else. I'm great at helping other people. I'm friggin' fantastic at it. It's really hard for me to ask. Really, really hard. And I can, even when I'm in a situation where I need to ask for help now, I refrain from doing it because I don't need them continuing to sully my name. And that's unfortunate, because nobody should have to feel like that. But I find that people who actually get to know me as a human being and know who I am and what I'm about, I let who I am and them actually knowing me speak over people's, parroting of Aiden's bold-faced lies. I just don't let it bother me anymore at this point. But I do think that it stops people like you from being able to come over here and sort of learn and listen and maybe even ask questions. We had a couple people in here the other day asking questions, and they were welcomed with warmness and kindness, because that's what I want my channel to be. Like, that is exactly what I want my channel to be. Don't want my channel to be people fighting back and forth about something. I want good civil conversations and good debates and good question asking in places where we can point you to actual real life pieces of evidence and you can go look for yourself. You don't have to listen to me. The problem is with FKR, if you question anything, if you question it and you question it publicly and you question it more than once, there is no doubt you will be attacked. And relentlessly and constantly. And it's like they do it until you go away, you know? Like,
I don't
oh,
know why
come on.
people want to be like, I don't know. That's the thing that I don't get about Aiden is like, he's constantly saying shit like, oh, everybody that thinks that Karen is guilty is just because they don't like me. And I'm like,
It's
who the
not
fuck
true,
do you
though.
think you are? Like, do you think
But you can
anybody
also
gives
not
two
like him
shits?
and still think she's guilty. Those two things can exist. Like, make
Yeah.
no mistake about it. I hate him with a deep-rooted passion.
Yeah, no,
that
but you know what I
has no
mean.
bearing on whether I think Karen is innocent or guilty. The actual pieces of evidence that I got long before the public did showed me.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you, Karen, for leaking all of that to people who then leaked it to me. Appreciate that. But that is what changed my mind. Regardless of him, that is what changed my mind. So it's like you can say, oh, all the people who think she's guilty just don't like me. No, part of it is that we realized if you could lie so flawlessly about us, then what the fuck were you lying about here? Right? And then when you start picking apart the things that he did lie about, you're like, holy shit, this is worse than I thought it was. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, bro, no, lots of people don't like you and still think she's innocent. I know a ton of them. So what does that have anything to do with anything? It's his way of sort of explaining it away. It's his way
Oh,
of
yeah.
like
I just
sullying
can't believe
people's
that
names. Yeah. And
functional
saying
adults believe that. Like, I'm sorry. I don't base
they
my
don't.
opinion off of some other person's objectification of a different person. Like, that makes no sense to me.
I don't
Like,
either.
are
I'll
we
make
in?
my
That's why
opinion
I'm
myself.
constant. That's why I'm constantly like, am I in this fucking realm? Like, am I back in 7th grade, or is this a different dimension, or what
Right?
in the actual hell is going on here? Because it doesn't make sense. Oh, like, well, how can
Insane.
fully functional adults believe that shit? And why do they want to be around people like that? How does that make them feel? Like they
I
must like being abused. That must be their comfort. It's really sad.
yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, come on. Oh, Kevin's having a treatment today, y'all. That's so sad. Everybody say a little prayer for Kev. That's
Ugh.
terrible. Nobody should have to do that, you know? Yeah, no, I mean, I think you'll find that over here, like you can chat, you can laugh, you can smile, have a good old time, and we're having some great conversations over here, you know? Like, I'm definitely not on the fence. I definitely think she is guilty. There's no doubt about that, but I am definitely a Karen is guilty channel, I guess if you want to call it, but we go over the court documents, we talk about the parts of the case, the pieces of evidence that make us think this, and we do it with kindness, right? Like we do it without having to like you'll never find me going out of my way on X to go harass someone, although you will see lots of FKR people do that, vice versa. I have like cyber stalkers now that just like are so obsessed with me they won't leave me alone, and it's like, bro, I don't care what you have to say. You don't know me. And it's the funniest part about it is everybody who has something to say about me either doesn't know me or like knew me when I was like 10 or 12 or 18, when I was a very broken little girl, probably still using drugs at the age of 18. You know, I was broken and I didn't care whether I lived or died at that point. I had been abused in 4 different ways. I was in foster care. I had my, abuser. And then as a child, I was abused. So like I was a broken human being back then. I am a very different person today than I was that many years ago, dude. I've been sober since I was about around 21. I drink maybe 10 times a year. Opiates was my main issue. But that is why I got into working in the like mental health and addiction and helping people with like leaving very abusive situations. And I've never turned somebody away, whether they're FKR or not. If someone needs my help, I've never said no, and I would never say no because I'm not that kind of person, you know?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, your poor dad. Give him all of our love, Lisa. All of our love. Yeah, well, someone else said that. You know, the other day we had a couple people who are FKR in here, and they said they went to every other anti channel and they were trying to listen and they were trying to learn, and they were just attacked immediately. And I find that to be sucky. That sucks. That should never happen, you know? Like you don't have, there's no reason to be mean, you know? There's just not. It's not human. It's not humane. Like I pride myself on the amount that I spend interacting with my audience, because not a lot of channels do that. Yes, I have lots of stuff to talk about and go over, but you guys have great comments. You guys have great points, great things to sort of delve into. And I find that like going to the chat and finding you guys to sort of talk about it, like it actually makes the show go much smoother, and everybody feels like their opinion is being known. I get them on the screen, we talk about them, like, and I want that for my audience. I don't want to be a channel that ignores my, chat until someone donates. That just seems very sneaky to me. I don't like it. Like, I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank. And he worked in CSAM unit every day. Oh, no.
Say, do you know if there's anything we can do to help with Proctor's situation?
There really isn't much we can do to help. I mean, I feel like the man has lost his career, right? That's the bread in their family. Like, how are
Mm-hmm.
they going to survive now, right? Like, that's the main concern is, like, I mean, I know Liz works, but like, when you lose an income, right? Like, that is a huge problem. Like like you're not affording your basic necessities. And where I know they have probably some savings, like that doesn't last forever. That goes fairly quickly when you're paying for a mortgage and cars and, and I don't even have either one of those bills. My rent is $2,100. I can only imagine the amount, and for my small 2-bedroom apartment, my gas bill was over $300 in a month, and I keep my heat at 68. And the only thing in my house that runs on gas is the heat. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine in a whole entire house what their gas bill looks like. Like,
I just can't imagine, like, that's not only is it his income, it's health insurance and probably all that stuff, but like that's his passion. That's who
right.
he is. Like, cops are cops, like teachers are teachers, Like, you just usually go into it because for the love of being a cop.
Right.
And from the research I've done, he was a totally clean, like absolutely no criminal, no nothing, no bad,
Nothing.
not even a write-up,
Mm-mm. Absolutely nothing. No, we don't victim blame here. I think the point the person was making is that, like, you need to make them human, right? And humans make mistakes. If you go in with the jury making him out to be like someone who never did anything wrong a day in his life, like never made a mistake, then you risk the jury being like, all right, what's going on here, right? Like, he's human. We're all human, but no one deserves to be run down and left to die, for sure. Like, that none of what happened is John's fault. Let's make that abundantly clear. Nothing that happened is John's fault. None of it. It doesn't, just because someone makes a mistake in life. If I magically say something that's not true that I believe to be true and I make that mistake, do I then deserve to be harassed for 3 years? No, I don't think so. Like, do I deserve to get run over with a car because I kept someone around to help me for a little longer, or I was trying to work it out with them? No, absolutely fucking not. I don't think that was the point, though. I think the person's point was like, make him human, right? And humans make mistakes. We're imperfect as humans. And I could see where that would work in a jury, to make sure that you make him human, like, instead of making him to be a saint. Although I think the man was as close as you could possibly get, though, to someone who was a fucking saint. That's for sure. Like, not many people like that exist anymore, who are going to take on 2 kids that aren't their own, who's never been a parent a day in their life, Like,
Yeah.
And John said to her, yeah, exactly, Maureen, that he was tired of fighting every day. Like, he was tired. Like, oh, Angela, I'm so sorry. I want to hug you guys. I just want to hug you guys. I just want to hug you guys.
I don't think that I don't know, I guess, I don't know how to say this without it sounding bad, but like, I don't think that they're going into John's character. Like, I don't remember them, like
I
trying
think they
to.
kind of a little bit with the Aruba stuff, but I don't know. I think
though, like, but how? I guess. I mean, I guess the only time I've really ever thought about it was when Karen's constantly saying shit like, because we have to let him blow off steam because he always had a lot of steam. Like she's the one that's always degrading him. Like I don't think him having he drank a lot. Like it sounds like everybody in Boston drinks a lot, like in that area.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm sorry, Massachusetts in general is like a drinking capital. Like, especially in the winter, because there isn't that much to do here. It's not sunny Florida. You can't like go out and go to the beach and take a walk on the boardwalk. Like, there's not much to do in the winter time here, but go to a bar or a pub. You know, like really.
Yeah,
not
I mean, I grew up in a small town, so like I totally get it. It seems very much like a small town kind of feel, even if it's not super small. I feel like it's still that small town kind of feel. Like,
Yep.
Otherwise, I don't know. Like the only reason I feel like I know John's personality is because I dove in and like researched, and like I feel like I got to know him through all of the research I've done.
I know,
but
right? For real.
if I was just sitting on the jury, I don't know that I would really feel like that was explained all that much, but I don't know.
She did though she gave that ultimatum saying like, oh, it's the kids or me. It's not working basically with me for the kids. So what did you think he was going to do? He's not getting rid of the kids. It's like, I think Frank says it up here. It's like, she has to be the center of attention, or she's going to make herself the attention. And it's like, dude, they're kids. Kids are not like, I'm sorry. My kids come before anybody on planet Earth.
Yeah. Like you're not more. Yeah. That's a narcissist, though. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what they are.
It absolutely is. And I think Lisa might be right. She might have used the spoiling as an excuse, like, or he used it as an excuse, like, because he didn't want to deal with her anymore. Like, and probably just didn't know how to be like, get the fuck out of here until he finally did,
Yeah.
And Arlene, you're right. Cancer does not discriminate. Unfortunately, it hits everybody everywhere. And I do say bless everybody, including Kevin and anybody else who has a loved one. It seems like we have a lot of people here who are dealing with some loved ones that have cancer. And I hope that the treatment works and they get remission, because it can happen. To keep that faith, that remission happens in so many cases, and that could be your loved one. Yep. Everybody has a right to defend themselves. And that's basically, I mean, most of like that. The only time I really respond to trolls is when I feel like, you know what, I'm going to defend myself, because how many times should I have to have the same BS crap said about me over and over and over that isn't true, right? Until I address it and say, this is untrue. So, I mean, that's the thing. Lindsay stayed quiet for 6 months and didn't say a fucking word. He sullied her name all the way up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And then when she finally does open her mouth to sort of defend herself, he tries to use that against her in court, as in like, well, how dare she say anything on social media about me? She must not be afraid of me if she corrects my lies on social media. Like, she has every right to defend herself against all of the lies and all of the harassment that she has received. I do, and so does anybody else.
Absolutely. I just think she shouldn't give a shit. That's something I would love to ask Lindsay. I don't know Lindsay at all, but I feel like I know her too. But like, why? What did she see in him? Like, what do these women see in him?
Again, she didn't know anything about him at the time. So I'm very good friends with Lindsay. And she didn't really know anything much about him at the time. And as you know, like, narcissists and abusers can be very charismatic at first. They can fool you. And
yeah, but like, she's so pretty, and like he is.
I know,
so
and smart. She's super intelligent, super smart.
Yeah, I mean, just from what I feel like I know of her and the way that you've spoke of her and stuff, I just feel like, and even Leah, like I know less about Leah, but I just think like these women, she was a police officer and like she has her shit together, and like I don't get it. Like, I get the whole chivalry and stuff, but he doesn't seem to be the type of person that even gives a shit, unless he was different around them. But like, sure seems like he's a dick, and he's proud of being a dick. But
yeah. At this point, yes, but that's not how, obviously he seemed at first. And so it's like the things that he says now are completely opposite of the way he acted, obviously before that. And right here, like Lisa makes a good comment. Like, so back when I thought Karen was innocent and he was being arrested, I went down to the courthouse and I filmed, right, him being released. And so after the attacks on me, he went and called my pajama pants, right? They were leggings, mind you. They were leggings. Apparently, the man doesn't know the difference between leggings and pajama pants. I wasn't in the courthouse. I was outside the courthouse, right? But apparently, leggings are a problem, which she, again, still calls pajama pants to this day. Like, they were not pajama pants. They had skulls on them. They were leggings, sir, you actual idiot. But Lisa was a mod on his channel until she said Karen was guilty. And then, of course, she was attacked and is still being attacked by those people. So then he had to say something about my pants. Funny part about it is Aiden was arrested in his sweatpants and sweatshirt. Coming out of the courthouse in his sweatpants and sweatshirt, which he was, mind you, doing, lives in the morning sometimes. So it's like, bro, nobody gives a shit whether I'm wearing sweatpants, leggings, pajama pants. Like, what if that's all I could afford? Like, to be fair, like, what if that's all I could afford was leggings? Like, that's a fucking problem for you, sir. It doesn't seem like anything you say or do is a problem. You can call anybody anything you want. You can say the most vile things on planet Earth, but leggings are where you draw the line.
See, I just don't
like. It's just a way to disparage someone and try to make them like his whole thing is if you know something about him you're not supposed to know. Like, if you know something that will damage his reputation that he did, right? You are an instant enemy and he will instantly attack you. And his whole spiel has been, long before Karen Reed existed, is to try to attack you, to discredit you. That is the way he gets it done, is he attacks so that people don't listen to anything you say. So now you're discredited because you're someone he's attacked. All the while, all of the things he accuses of everybody else of doing is currently happening in his own life. His entire life is an absolute fucking dumpster fire, right? He talks about people cheating while he's actively seeing 3 women and cheating on his wife, right? Like, it's amazing the lack of accountability and the lack of self-awareness that the man has to this day. Like,
I fully believe the man's a psychopath. He has no ability to understand that. He literally can't. I don't think. I mean, from what I see, I can't imagine not being a psychopath and being able to do the shit that he does. It makes no sense to me. But I also don't know why people give him that power. Like, I don't either. I go out in my fucking pajamas all the time. I don't give 2 fucks. I can look like Hong Kong for all I give a shit. Like, I am not my fucking
mom. I have kids. I don't give a shit, bro. Like, you mistake me for someone who needs to be prim and proper and who gives a shit. I'm from Boston. I'm a little rough around the edges. I'm a nice person, but I also don't have time to go buy 300 pair of slacks. Okay. Like, I have leggings and jeans, and I will wear them whenever I want, wherever I want, sir. You can just go F off, and you can get arrested in more sweatpants if you want. That's fine with me. Fine.
If people like me because of my looks or my clothes, then they can go ahead and fuck right off. Like, I don't want people like that in my life. In fact, I was always kind of that chick. Like, I've always been a tomboy, and when I went to college, and I really just hated guys hitting on me at the bar, kind of like I hate men that do that. Like, people like actively hitting on me has always been just really kind of a turn off to me. So I pretty much would intentionally dress down just because, I mean, I'd be in the back shooting stick all the time and stuff. I'm one of the guys, like, that's how I wanted to hang out and play pool. That's what made me happy. I didn't want to sit there and deal with stupid dudes drooling over me. So, like, I would intentionally wear baggy clothes and shit. Like,
hey, listen, you wear whatever the hell you want, shit. Like, it is what it is. Like,
I had a guy
not to give the trolls ammo, but they're gonna use whatever they want. Like, the other day it was blue eyeshadow, guys. I know I'm also like 10 minutes behind in the chat. Sorry, guys, but I'm trying to work on all the comments, or most of the comments at least. But yeah, blue eyeshadow is now a no-no, guys. They say FKR says that is for middle school. So the other day I wore it just for them. Because now apparently the color of your eyeshadow means you're either cool or not cool. Like, that's the problem that I have with this, is they act so juvenile. Like, they need to be in a clique in high school. Like, whether you wear blue or pink or yellow eyeshadow means a goddamn motherfucking thing. Like,
it's so ridiculous.
Like, I can't. No,
what
it's
are the updates?
Not directed at you, Brittany.
Oh, sorry. Do we have any updates? I've been kind of out of the loop this morning.
We have 10 jurors. Did you know that?
Oh, I didn't. I thought there was 8.
10, and then whoa, my comments are going way too. I couldn't. It just like scrolled on its own. Like, well, I guess I'm stuck right here then. Sorry guys, it skipped a bunch of comments, and I don't want to go back up because I feel like it's gonna do the same thing. Yeah, 10. So well, that's the other thing. Celebrate, right? Like, we're going to talk about Celebrate. Like, Celebrate themselves are not going to sit on the stand, send someone to the stand to lie about their own software. So if I'm a juror and Celebrate themselves, the software that, is reading the data is the one like telling me like that this is the data and that 227 did not happen, that Google search happened after 6 a.m. and not at 227, that a DB wall file is not a timestamp for a Google search. It is a timestamp for when a tab was opened or closed, right? Or put back in the background. Now that lines up perfectly with what Jen McCabe has always said, and also lines up with the fact that her heart rate was at the lowest it was at the entire day around the time of 2:27 a.m. because, like she said, she was lying in bed looking up the Hockomock Sports website on a tab. So Celebrate is not going to send one of their, best analysts in the entire company onto a stand to lie about their own software. Richard Green was not, and I didn't know this in the beginning, but he was not even, he had no idea how to read Celebrate software. He was not certified in Celebrate software. He was just reading it as if he knew. Like, so I mean, that's the thing. You should always be like, get certified in whatever, because they're all going to be different. Like, everybody's software is going to be different.
When they were questioning him on that, and they were like, so Ian, they didn't say Ian, but however Lally addressed it, was like, so Ian called you and he was gonna let you know what was up. Did you ever give him a call back? I'm like, oh my God, this fucking dude. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. Oh my God. I get stuck hearing in his drunkenness and her blaming him every single time she does anything. And yeah, we have talked about Altman. She's a clear cyber stalker, harasser who also likes to personally message people and blackmail them. You will do this, this, and this, or Aiden will make you famous. And it's not the kind of famous you want to be. Do you know what they can do? Ooh, watch tonight's show. They're like dog whistle threats, and it's all the same ones over and over and over. It's like, bro, stop it. If you have to do that to people, right, then you're doing something wrong. Normal people telling the truth don't need to send dog whistle threats to people. They just don't. Unhappy, insecure people do that. Like, I can't. Like, oh, Joy, thank you. I appreciate it. Because a lot of FKR tells me that I'm an idiot and I don't know the law. So, I'm just an idiot. I have no idea what I'm talking about. None whatsoever. None.
They wouldn't know the law if it slapped him in the face.
You know what? I wish he would go down to Texas and get a job as a cop. Proctor could do that.
Well, the only thing that concerns me is now that he's been let go for this reason. Like, that's the part that
any other place in another state could look at this objectively and say, yeah, we all do that. Like, this is ridiculous, and hire him. They have the choice. They have,
Yeah, but the bullshit that they put on his thing, like that he was biased. If they would have left that off.
Well, they didn't say he was biased. They say it was the look of bias.
Do you have the thing? I have to go look.
I don't have it right now. I don't have it pulled up, but it essentially says that it was the look of bias, that it looks bias. Like, it used different wording, but like, that's what they said, is it looks bias. Not that he 100% was biased, but that the impropriety of looking bias with the message.
Well, because I just thought, like, when I read it on the news, I thought they just totally fucked his whole life up with that one sentence, because
they want to throw him under the bus so they could be done with it.
It's just, it makes me so sick.
Yeah, me too. I think that would be a great person to listen to, Laura Sullivan. She's talked a lot about John and how he was with her kid, was his godchild.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. Hug back. Yeah, the amount of spewing venom that comes from some people, it's like, That's what you do all day, is just spew venom at other people. You make fun of their looks or where they live or how much money they make. Or like, if you are doing that all day, you're a very unhappy, angry person and you should get some therapy. I can point you to a place that gives awesome virtual therapy. Like,
Yeah.
I've been doing it for years. You know, I have CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy for my PTSD. And I have an amazing therapist who deserves all the credit in the world for helping me through my PTSD.
Yeah, therapy is good. I mean, therapists go to therapy. It's not like I don't know why people always think it's shameful. Like, it's really healthy.
It's helpful, and it actually helps you, you know? Yeah, I was in Florida. That is at a time when we had no evidence in that case. You know what I mean? We had no evidence there at that point. We had only what the sewer turtle was saying. I will catch up, I promise. John has gotten lost. It's awful. I never say that the investigation was perfect. You know, what I say is that they did the best with what they had. They were dealing with a blizzard. This is a small town that hadn't dealt with a murder in like 25 years outside of like the Sandra Birchmore stuff, which at that point wasn't being said was a murder. And she only lived in Canton. Everything that happened previous to that was Stoughton, which is a town on the other side. But it wasn't perfect for sure, because they really didn't have any like investigative for murder skills. That's, the state police take over for unattended deaths. That's what the state police are for. So they don't really need to have a ton of that, because the jurisdiction always goes to the state police in Massachusetts for unattended deaths. So they really didn't have the skills, So yeah, well, you could criticize the way that they put, blood in solo cups, and the way that they used whatchamacallit, a Stop and Shop bag. But I will point out that paper bags are what's used in evidence collection. And they did everything that they possibly could. Everything that they possibly could to get this done. Like, they did. And I give them all the credit in the world for doing what they could with what they had. Nothing was perfect about it. It's never going to be perfect. But there are pieces of evidence that you can't say were like ever like tampered with or touched. Like Karen's car evidence couldn't have been tampered with. John's phone and her phone evidence couldn't have been tampered with. And if you just use even those pieces of and the taillight, you can say the taillight was tampered with, but there is no timeline that allows anybody to tamper with that unless it's before 5 a.m., which is before Karen ever calls anyone. So Karen is the only one at that point that knows anything about what happened to John at 5 a.m. We see that taillight out at 5 a.m. and then again at 8 a.m., right? So, and most of it is missing. So even when they take her car at 3, the CERT team is on scene before the car is like finished being put in the Sally port. And as we see, like, there's nobody breaking pieces of the taillight and bringing them over to Fairview. Proctor never even went to Fairview. So unless you're sprinkling pieces of taillight in front of the entire CERT team, magically somehow getting it underneath the snow that's already there, like, that couldn't have been tampered with. And even if you take the taillight completely out of it, you still have Karen's car data and John's phone data, which says that when Karen backed up, within seconds of her backing up, John's phone stops moving forever until he's found in that exact same spot at 6 a.m. I mean, that's a pretty good snapshot of what happened. That phone never, and we know it was in his pocket because Karen tells us, like an idiot, thank you, Karen, for the information, that she tries to take it out of his pocket. And that's how it ends up on the ground underneath him, is from Karen trying to get it out of his pocket.
When did she say that?
In the documentary.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Yep, she tries to get it out of his take it out of his pocket. And so she says she tries to take it out of his pocket. So now we know if she tried to take it out of his pocket, that's how it ended up underneath him, ultimately.
When was she, do you remember what what was happening when she was talking about that?
Oh God, no. There was like 6 parts to that, so I'd have to go back and look. But as soon as she said it, I was like, I knew it, because in the very beginning, I said something like, well, if the phone was underneath him, the only thing I could think of is it was in his pocket. But then people are like, well, how'd it get out of his pocket and on the ground underneath him? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, and then she said it, and I'm like, there it is, y'all. There it is. There it is. And then I
Did she
think
say
Kerry,
why?
I can't remember who picks it up, but I think Kerry picks it up after the first responders take him.
Did she say why she was trying to get his phone out of his pocket?
No, but I think that's when she realizes she needs to go delete the ring, in my opinion, you know? Ooh, tulips, beautiful.
I think that's what she was taking it out for. Why the fuck would you why would you be
I don't
taking
know.
his phone out of his pocket?
No
Like,
idea.
I'm
You would
wondering,
you'd be worrying about CPR because she claimed to the world that she was the only one trying to save
yeah,
his life. And as we know, Kerry is the one that performed CPR on him.
but I'm wondering why she said that. You know, she has a reason for saying the shit. Like, what is she trying to prove by saying I gotta go listen to that now because that's gonna bug me. I want to know why she was saying that because that's so incriminating.
Yeah, that
Like,
account I have no doubt is Altman or one of her minions because the only people who are obsessed with me in that way are Altman and one of her minions, and that account is like trying to make fun of Lindsay's child, which is just utterly disgusting. You're making fun of a toddler. Like get a life.
oh,
Like it's a toddler. Like what the fuck is wrong with you actually? Like there's just something seriously wrong with people. And I don't think any of those people want justice for John, you know?
oh, that's one of the biggest things that pissed me off so bad when I first started watching this. I'm like, are you out of your minds? Oh my God, keep his name out of your mouth, you sons of
Right.
bitches.
Children, like Lindsay is a witness. She's a witness. It's that simple. She's a witness. But that would be more to the witness intimidation. And I think that's ongoing right now. They are still investigating Aiden and Karen for that. Yeah, we're not all wealthy, that's for sure.
Not all what?
Not all wealthy. I haven't watched that one. I have to catch up on some Roberta stuff. No, I mean, I think she's gonna point out the things that she's just being truthful, I think, pointing out the things that maybe needed some work. And no police department is gonna be perfect. There are always gonna be things that they need, like better training or, whatever. But it's a small department, it's a small department.
I think that I listened to that one that they're talking about, and I kind of started to feel like I understood what she was saying, and then afterwards I went and watched the audit, so I knew what the context was. But I think
Yep.
she was trying to say like the timing of it was weird, just like the whole thing with Levy was weird, and it just seemed
Levy
like
is weird.
it was one more way that like Karen's team was basically probably bribing people to have some other convenient thing happen to make the police officers look way worse than any police department in the history of the world, when literally they really did quite a good job with they were very ingenious, I think, quite frankly. But when I went and watched what they actually said on the audit, I don't believe that. I think if Roberta watched that, she would change her mind. Because here's what they said in the audit. They should have taken a picture of John where he lay. Oh,
So
I'm
stop right there.
sorry.
We talked about this yesterday, and first responders don't wait for you to take a picture. Their job is to save a life regardless. They pick that person up and they put them in an ambulance. They're not waiting for a first responder to take a picture of them where they lay. He wasn't dead and being left there until that's when if the coroner was going to come get him and he was just being covered over as a crime scene, yes, you would take that picture. But and I said, I don't know what company did that fucking audit, because that's not realistic in any department in Massachusetts. They're not going to take a picture of a person who's being taken in an ambulance. That's not going to happen. The job for the first responders is to save a life.
And for the love of God, if you are teaching police officers that they need to do that before life-saving measures, then you are doing your community a disservice.
Absolutely.
Like, that's fucking disgusting. And I feel like, that shit just pisses me off. But so it was that it was just such stupid shit. Oh, they need evidence containers. Like, no shit, just like you said.
Right,
people don't understand that that's not something that they do. Like, that's not typically what they do. They don't do investigations. They're not collecting blood and DNA.
Deal with any unattended deaths. So the jurisdiction does not go to the local PDs. Where they do have to do investigations, maybe they should get some evidence cups. But this is a small town, once again, that hadn't really had a murder in 25 years. So why they wouldn't just be buying supplies, they'd be throwing away.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like the people that are buying this bullshit clearly don't know anything about investigations and actual life. I mean, like
Damn it.
this, like
Can't
this
click
is
on it, freak. You got to email it to me. It won't let me click on the link from the chat because I'm not on YouTube. I stream from StreamYard, so it won't let me click on it. Yeah. Oh, he did? Whiffen had a back and forth on LinkedIn with these people? Interesting.
with what people?
Interesting. The free Karen Reed. I want to see this.
On what? LinkedIn?
Yeah, apparently on LinkedIn. I'm gonna try to skip some comments so I can get to the bottom. I'm sorry. I'm like 10 minutes behind and I'm not getting any closer. Let me see.
Bless his heart. I mean, that's how I was when I first came into it too. I'm like, man, I just want to help these people. Like they're getting bamboozled. And
Yeah.
it's just so exhausting. Like, I'm like, I don't know if they're fucking with me, if they don't care that she's guilty. Like, I don't understand it. And then people like Brother Counsel started really fucking
Brother
pissing me
counsel,
off.
yeah. Ridiculous. Like,
And he
yeah,
had
she
his
was
brother
partial.
on there talking about this kind of shit with his brother yesterday. I'm like, dude, I almost made another video because I wanted to be like, hey, Brother Counselor's brother, this is all the shit that your brother isn't telling you. Like,
right.
Because the shit that he's telling you clearly is like pretty much what Turtle probably told him. Fucking idiot.
Oh, definitely.
But Brother Counsel seems to really believe in what he's saying. And it's like, are you really that fucking stupid, dude?
Apparently.
Because I think you're one of those people that are smart, but you're maybe smart in the book smart kind of way where you have absolutely no fucking actual common sense, intelligence at all. Like, it just drives me crazy. I'm like, how are you a lawyer, but you think that you know better about police investigations and you don't see the obvious bias here? Like, I'm sorry, excuse me?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Quite a bit, clearly. Hi, Amber. Listening from the bushes. Like, they baited Whiffen into talking for a while on LinkedIn. He wrecked them in the comments and then gave them the peace out.
Nice.
Well, now we know that he didn't have any heartbeat or anything on scene. But their job is to they don't know how long, right? They don't know if his heart just stopped beating. Like, they didn't know, like, whether he had been gone for
Yeah, I
hours
mean,
or minutes.
if it's your loved one, like, you want him to just be like, yeah, we're probably too late, or do you want
Right.
him to
No.
fucking try? Plus,
Right.
they have to legally. They can't
They
call.
tried life-saving measures, and we also now know that they have to warm the body before they can even call death. So they did what they had to, and they tried CPR and they tried life-saving measures. And oh, okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm being told to check my email. Sorry, I'm like I was trying to get to the bottom of the comments and all that fancy stuff. Sorry. Thank you, Ashley. She sends $10 on Cash App and says, "You're the best." No, thank you. Let me pull up this music video too that she made real quick because I told her I would play it and I don't want to forget. And my brain is so overwhelmed with things, I may just freaking forget if I don't pull it up. Let me see. I gotta go into my email. Crap. Which email did she send it to? I have more than one. Okay. Gmail. Also, yes, if any of you are just popping in today and need a way to get in contact with me, you can always do that at twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. That is an easy, and also you can use my PayPal email, which is Ewynnne86, EWYNNE86 @gmail. That's the one for my PayPal. So you can use that one as well to get in touch with me. All right, let's see. I found it. Hold on. We gotta click on it. Oh, we gotta unmute it. Hold on. Oh God. You guys can't hear it? Hold on. No sound, huh? Damn it. Hold on. Damn it. Mm. On Ashley's channel. Damn it. Not working. Well, if you guys can't hear the friggin' audio, that's not helpful. I think it's, damn it. Hold on. I might have to just have it queued up for the next one because it's not playing the audio for whatever reason. Carl Steinbeck. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother goddamn thing. I can't sometimes. Like Kevin said, brother counsel had no interest in hearing truth or evidence. Look at Melanie Little. Oh my God, the facial expressions of them make me go wild, dude. I can't do it. Makes me want to punch the screen. Like, lady, I know that you're like exaggerating them. It's very clear that's what you're doing. She always turns to the side when she does it too, and she's like,
She's trying to make herself look thin.
I'm like, what is happening? Like, what is really happening? Like,
she's a failed actress.
That's another thing.
All the shit that she does with her face and shit. When I tell you she's making out with herself, that's what she's doing. She's looking at herself and she's making faces to try to make herself look thin. That's why she does the whole like cheek tuck thing. Like, it's so disgusting.
I'm like, what is really happening right now? Like, what in the actual hell is going on here? Like, I did know, Heather, I noticed the same thing. I kind of zoomed in on it this morning for you guys, but like, God damn, Alan Jackson looks very worried and very afraid.
Why are they doing this? I mean,
your guess is as good as mine. Literally. Like,
honestly, selfishly, I feel like it has to come out now. Like, I'm like, please don't fucking give her a plea deal. Please don't give her a plea deal. Because all the shit that's happened, like, none of this would ever be in the public realm. Like, it has to come out. It has to be out in the public. Like, all of it has to come out now. But I don't understand what they think. I mean, you have to know that you're fucked. Like, I just don't get it.
Hey, it was happy to have you, Jess. It's happy to have you anytime. We're always here, and I can't click on those links, but yeah, I can't click on the ones in thing. But you're always welcome here with warm arms. So, I hope you have a good day. Got to let that disinfecting sunshine in. That's right, freak. That is right. Like, yeah, Whiffen did won awards. LinkedIn is for jobs, but you can also communicate with people on it. They've now made it so that you can have like threads and comments and all sorts of stuff. So they have upgraded LinkedIn from the past where it was just like, connecting for jobs and stuff. Like, so I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know if it's StreamYard or YouTube or what, but StreamYard's been wonky ever since I signed on today, so it could possibly be that. I'll just have to have it queued up to play it next time and then figure out the audio on my own before I get on and see what the hell the thing is. I might have to go into settings. I gotta figure it out. But Ashley does have a channel and you guys can watch it because she put it on her channel already today. So it is on her YouTube channel. And Sunny has a YouTube channel too. I know some of you guys joined her channel, so she has her own channel too. She's trying to get to that 1,000 so she can do her own live. So let's help her out, you guys. Let's help her out because she's on her way there. Like YouTube doesn't let you do lives until you're like have 1,000 viewers and something like a ridiculous amount of viewing time. It has to be like oh, what is it at now? Like 100 hours or something, like 200 hours, 300 hours. I don't know. It's a lot of hours that you have to have of people who have viewed your videos already before you ever get to do a live, which is crazy to me. Like,
Well,
I
I
mean,
do lives. I do lives. I usually do lives now just because my phone storage is all used up. So I don't have any choice. I have to just go live when I get pissed off because I'm watching Brother Counsel or something. I'll be like, fuck this fucker, and I'll go live.
listen,
So I
next time
do
you just
live.
message me, we'll do it together. Be like, listen, I'm watching this thing and it's pissing me the F off. And we do it together. Like,
I just do it to like fucking vent because I'm like, this is seriously unacceptable how much disinformation
I
is
thought
put out
about
there.
maybe attempting to do one tonight because it's a Friday. And I know a lot of my people like don't get to see me during the day when I stream because I used to just strictly only stream at night. Here's the link to Sunny's channel. I used to stream only at night because it would, after my kid is in bed, but that was before she started school, before she was in kindergarten. Now she's in first grade. So, yeah, so now I can do it when she's at school. But I was thinking about
You're so
doing
cute.
one
I can do it.
tonight.
She's at school.
Yeah, when she's at school. So I'm thinking about maybe trying to do one tonight because it's a Friday and maybe more of the people that don't actually get to see me during the day can join in because I know there's a ton that are like, damn it, you're doing it during the day now and I am at work and I can't watch and I want to be a part of the chat. And so I'm trying to accommodate that. And I'm also trying to accommodate the people who are not on the East Coast, right? Like they're 3 hours difference. So I'm going to attempt to try to maybe do one tonight. You can obviously join me if you want.
Really?
And do one a little later so that other people have a chance to get on here that don't usually have a chance,
Yeah, for sure.
I
Cool.
I stream through StreamYard. So, but it still goes through the YouTube chat. Like, so for instance, on my StreamYard, I see all chats. So if people are like writing comments on X, it pops up in just one thing. YouTube has where you guys are commenting on your own. Like right now, there's 383 people watching. It does not tell me how many are on YouTube, how many are on X. It's just the total of people watching right now. So there's 382 now people watching across the platforms I'm streaming on simultaneously. And everything just shows up on one like thing. And we don't get a lot of comments from X because I don't know. First of all, it took me like, I don't know, 2 months to realize that you could actually even comment on streams on X. There's like,
Nice.
yeah, there's like a arrow and you can like click on it and then you can comment, but it's only if that person is like live. Once they're not live anymore, you can't. So like as long as the arrow is there, you click on that like little arrow you click on the box where they're like, live and like you can type in, and then send. And then so I can show those on this screen so that on YouTube can see it too. But
Yeah.
most people don't even know that you can. That's why we don't get a ton of comments. Michael seems to be the only one thus far who has figured out that you can comment on YouTube. I mean, on X. X unfortunately doesn't make it easy to show you that you can actually comment on lives while they're live. I mean, I didn't know either because there's no like, it doesn't show you, it doesn't pop up as just a box at all. Like you got to click on the thing first. Like it's kind of archaic to be honest.
Huh.
It's
Yeah,
weird.
I can't even see chat because I do it on my phone, and my eyes are not great anymore. So
See, that's why I use StreamYard because everything's much bigger. Like I'm blind as a bat. I have contacts, but like literally without my contacts, I can't see anything. I am blind as a bat, literally. Like, so, I have to do StreamYard. It's and also it allows me to stream on more than one platform at once, which is helpful. Yeah, I don't know
yeah.
what the deal with Vinny is. He's a shill at this.
God, he pisses me off.
I suggest you guys watch my friend Julie Grant at 8 a.m. on
Yeah,
Court
Julie's the only one worth it. Julie and I like Angelina too, or Angeline. What the hell's
I
her
only
name?
watch Julie, and I tell her like you're amazing, keep up the good work. Obviously,
I just love how Julie is focused on what she needs to be focused on. Like she doesn't play into, like I get so disappointed in all of our mainstream media people. Like News Nation tells us that they're the unbiased channel. Like seriously, could you be any more biased? I'm sorry, you need to get rid of that tagline and you need to be biased bitches.
Right?
I
Right.
can't. Ashley Banfield is the most awful. Like, she's never has facts. And then I
I
just
think
saw,
it's just like talking points of reparroting things that have been said over and over that aren't necessarily true. They've just been parroted. That's part of a cult, and that's part of getting people to believe what you want them to believe, is just saying the same thing over and over and over and over without pointing them to anywhere. And here's the thing. There's not always going to be a place to point you to something, right? Like, I'm going to have information sometimes that I can't give you a place to go look and make
yeah,
sure it's a thing. It's the nature of the business. Like, I have sources, I sometimes have inside information, and when I can share that inside information, I share it. There's not going to be a document every time with it until that ends up coming out, probably long after I'm telling it to you guys. But that's kind of the nature of the business. Most of the time there is something to back it up. I mean, unfortunately, like, you can call YouTube media, you can call it commentary, call it whatever you want. But in this business, you're going to have sources. And because I've worked in the prison system, because I've worked in advocacy, I have sources all over the place in every aspect of every job you could think of, lawyers, court officers, prison, employees, like, you name it, automotive techs, like, people that work in all different places, all different things. Like, so it's
yeah,
like, these are friendships I've made over the years. And like, I never want to put somebody in a shitty position to where they might lose their job or be identified. So I don't share
yeah.
anything unless I have the go ahead from them to be able to share it. Do you know how much
Mhm.
shit I just sit on and sit on and sit on, and then eventually somebody else leaks? I don't
Yeah,
care about being the first to report on it. Some people care about being the first person to say it. I don't care about that. I care more about the person that gave me the information, them not being identified.
exactly.
It's safety, in my opinion. Like,
Right
so.
before I contacted you this morning, it's like, oh my God, I fucking saw Ashley Banfield. I didn't even know she had her own podcast. Apparently, she has her own podcast. She did one with Bob Mata last night, and I'm like, oh my God, I
I
can't.
used to like Bob until this case, like, semi, like, I liked the way that he sort of like just said shit and didn't really worry about like what he said. But
I feel
also
like
in
I
that
like,
aspect, like, you got to be looking at things and telling truth, not just telling what's popular. And I feel like because now he has the podcast, it's just like has to be what's popular. And I can't get down with that.
yeah,
Can't.
I mean, I know he knows the truth. And the other thing that really pisses me off is the whole like lawyers wiping each other's asses all the time. Like just the making of excuses for fucking Jackson and Yannetti. It's like,
Yeah.
really? I mean, do you really you're just insulting my intelligence at this point by saying that they've done nothing wrong and they're the most upstanding attorneys and da da da. Like, no, they're not. And stop saying they are, because it's like, I don't understand
Dude,
how people
I
don't
had
see.
an attorney from out of state this morning and last night on X. This is
Uh-huh.
hilarious. Try to tell me that there aren't a ton of attorneys that think she's guilty. That her and the other attorney that were on that thread, who are not from the state, one obviously having a podcast, they looked at the facts and they both came to the same conclusion, and they don't even know each other, okay? Or they're both out of state attorneys, and I'm just an idiot and I have no idea what I'm talking about. And she had law stuff to do, so like, bye now. And I'm like, you don't need to announce that you have law stuff to do. Number one. Number two, I love when they tout that they're an attorney. Like, I'm an attorney, so I know better than you. Lady, I promise you, if you want to have a debate about Massachusetts law, I will blow you out of the water any day.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, there are a shit ton of attorneys that just don't have YouTube channels in the state of Massachusetts and other states. I think Joy will like this one, that absolutely think she's guilty. So that would be just a false statement all around. Just because they're not on YouTube screaming about it, okay?
Because they have jobs and they're actually getting paid to be an attorney.
Does not mean that there are not a ton of attorneys that think she's guilty. I can tell you there are a shit ton of attorneys in Massachusetts that think she's guilty. They just don't sit there on YouTube or social media and say so. They say so to their own colleagues and their own friends in private, and they talk about it. They just don't want to get involved in the circus, and I don't blame them. But there are quite a few of them, even on X, YouTube, and otherwise, that have no problem being like, yeah, I'm an attorney and I think she's guilty. So that would just be a false statement. Also,
Yeah.
just saying you're a lawyer doesn't magically make you smarter than everyone else. I love when they do that. Well, I'm a lawyer, so you don't know. Like, what, dude? You're a lawyer, so you have to know better than every person. Like, that's utterly ridiculous. That's why there are good lawyers and bad lawyers. That's why there are lawyers that are great at their job and there are lawyers that are shit at their job. Like, which category do you fall in?
So if you're a chef, you automatically make better tacos than me? Fuck
Yes.
all the way off.
Yes. That's exactly right. If you study rocks, by the way, and I told this to her, like if you study someone else, actually, it was not her, it was someone else this morning. If you study rocks, by the way, this person seems to think that you have to study it in school or it doesn't count. Right. So if you study something, you have to study it in school. So if I've been studying law for 20 years or 25 or 26 or 30, all 30 years of your studying has to be done in school.
Okay. Oh, these people. That's why I think social media is going to be our demise. I've said that even before it got this bad.
Bye, Ash. I'll connect with you later. I'll call you later. Thank you for always being an amazing mod. I appreciate you. Well, that's the problem, Aurora. Ashley said she's got to go.
What did John DePietro say?
Where did you see that?
Somebody you had a comment up. I saw it on the TV.
God damn it. I took it down. When I clicked on the next one, it kind of just does it.
I have my TV on and then I can see the comments, but I only see what you put up.
Let's see.
John DePietro.
Don't worry, Maureen. John DePietro has said that Bill and Janet have both turned up at court.
They're there today?
I guess so. Contacts were scary to me too, but I will tell you this much. If you just put it on your finger right here, right, whether it's your middle or your whatever works best, I use my middle, and you do this and you get it as close to your eye as possible, you can look away. The way they teach you is to look straight at it, which makes no sense because anybody's going to go like this if you look straight at it. I look to the side and I get it as close to my eye as I can. It kind of just suctions to my eye and then close it and then it's in there. You don't even feel it. You don't even know it's there. And it's much better than having to push my glasses up every 5 minutes. Like, hey guys, don't you have my glasses? Like, and now they make contacts for bifocal, so you don't even have to worry about that. John is a good source of information though on X if you guys want to check him out to follow what's happening in court when we can't see. He's a good person to check. Most of these lawyers don't even know the evidence. They have seen clips or read something or they're just listening to the propaganda. And if you are one of those lawyers that just listen to a bunch of propaganda thrown out there by people, like, shame on you. You're not a good lawyer. Shame on you. Like,
exactly.
Ooh, this is a good comment. Leon is a good comment. Leon said, I will always point to Nick Rakita if people want to believe law tubers are super smart. He was the #1 law tuber at one point, but is now getting sued into the ground for defamation from his show.
Isn't he the one that like got caught doing coke and didn't his kids get taken out of the home and stuff?
Yeah. I don't necessarily always believe, listen, I was a foster care kid and I don't always necessarily think that the state does the right thing when it comes to taking kids to begin with. Like there was no reason for me to ever be in foster care, and then I was abused in care. So that makes lots of sense. Right. But I don't think they get it right every time. But I do think that none of us actually know what the hell went on there, but I never really watched him much.
No, I didn't either.
That happened. And I watched one or two of his shows and I was kind of like, okay.
Yeah, I only saw it afterwards too, and I was like, "What the fuck happened?" I don't know. I mean, I didn't know either, so I really can't speak to it. But I mean, from what it looked like, they probably should not. The thing is I get what you're saying too, though, because fosters, can be really unhealthy environments. Also, plus then you don't have like anybody that you trust, so like there's a double-edged sword there. I don't know.
Listen, I was screaming from the rooftops that I was being abused in care, and they completely ignored me. And I mean, for years, I had to run away from one foster home like 15 times or something. And the very last time I said, listen, I'm going to keep running away every hour on the hour until you remove me from this place. And that was after over a year of telling them. Like, so yeah, a geologist. Yeah, the rock people. That's the one. The rock people. Hold on. We're gonna watch this because we keep talking about it, so we gotta watch it. We gots to. Hopefully we get some audio this time.
Why is she in court again?
Can you guys hear this?
I can't hear it.
Nothing? What the hell is happening with the audio? I don't think we need audio for it anyway, but like, dude gets tackled.
What is she in court for? What'd she do now?
This isn't Karen, this is someone else.
No, business. I see it. What is she
Oh.
Is she in prison? Like, what is she going to court for?
I have no idea.
This chick fucking freaks me out, man. What must be going on in that brain?
Hold on. It's a hearing for something.
It's probably better without sound. Sometimes you get a better feel for it without volume, without sound.
I don't understand what's happening with the volume, though. Hold on. Let me see if it's got to be StreamYard today.
My YouTube's been glitching horribly. Like, I'm listening to somebody.
Oh, shit!
Oh! Look at the attorney.
And she screamed before she did it. I don't know what she said, but she was like, bah, 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 and then like, holy doobie. Like, what in the actual fuck just happened there? Like,
turn it back and watch her attorney. Oh my God, that's so funny. He literally, you gotta just see it. My explaining it won't do any justice.
He puts his hand up like this too. Look at him. He's like, and I don't know.
Keep watching him. Keep watching him.
He's like, yep, I don't know. Like, this lady must need some serious meds. Like, what is even happening over there? Like, I don't know what's with the audio. For some reason, like, the audio is not. I'm gonna have to figure out like what the deal is with the audio on that. It's got to be in my like sound settings or something, but that was absurd. Like that was crazy. Like, lady, you need some help. Well, I honestly think Bev will send a BBO complaint, sanction them something after.
Well, she freaking, that's the least. I mean, I feel like she's like, holy shit, are you still? I saw something. Somebody said something to her, and I feel like she was like, I feel like she's kind of at her limit with the amount of lying that they're doing to her face.
Yeah.
She's like, please, dear God, just let me get through this. Let me get through this. Let me get through this. And then I'm going to retire. She deserves to retire after this.
Yeah. I mean, Melanie Little, I can't deal with her, but like the fact that she even thinks she's smart with the things that she says, I'm like, lady, you need to get out of law immediately. You are an actual idiot. I know that she's a civil attorney, so clearly she has no, hands in any sort of criminal shit. But even as a civil attorney, wow, is that lady a fucking idiot? Like, you have no idea the amount of attorneys that have been like, someone needs to like tell her people that she's hiring, like that they need to run far away from the hills. But didn't you know, Joy, I'm just an idiot. I know nothing. I don't know shit about law. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, just a dummy. FKR says I'm just a dummy. I don't know shit. Like, I don't know shit. Did you just say one kid had coke in her hair? Is that a thing?
Who had coke in their hair?
One of the Rakita kids, like 25 grams in ketamine. I mean, I guess if you want to sit in a K-hole for 15 hours, you'd be stuck like this. They used to do that in raves.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It's a horse trank, bro. It's a horse tranquilizer.
That's what I'm saying, though. Those kids were in danger. That was why the kids got taken out.
Yeah, right? I guess it means that, like, accusing people of crimes can get you sued, huh? Somebody call the Stewart Turtle. Tell him, accusing people of crimes they didn't commit can get you sued. But please don't steal all my money, guys, because people willingly give it to me for my life. I need it for my life.
That reminds me, brother counsel's brother is like a civil attorney and apparently became like an like constitutional law, I guess. And so he was on there talking about that. And brother counsel was like pointing him to he was like, so this podcast people are, all these people think that they're so right and that she's so guilty and da 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 da. And he was saying all this shit. And then his brother like stopped in his tracks and was like, they said what? Because the podcasters podcast put out a thing that said something about how everybody believes their favorite murderer, Karen Reed, something to that effect. And he was like, what? What did they say? They called her a murderer? Do they not understand that they need to use the word alleged? Like, he was going to have a freaking stroke about it. And I was like, bro, like, the truth is the only thing that we need to fight
Also,
against.
I don't have to use the word alleged because it's my opinion, right? Like, I'm allowed to have that opinion. I can say, I think she's a goddamn murderer. There's a big difference between me saying that is my opinion and then me saying, oh, that's 100% factual and the court found that. No, the court didn't find anything yet. We hope that they find her guilty because I, in my opinion, think she is absolutely a fucking guilty murderer. But I don't need to use the word alleged because guess what? It's my fucking opinion. But when you're going to say that people who didn't even commit a crime, who are not charged with any sort of crime, are murderers, that's when it becomes a problem. They're not charged with any crime.
I'm like, clearly brother counsel hasn't told him about his new buddy Turtle Boy because he's just like, yeah. Like, and then he just like changed the subject. I'm like, really, brother counsel? You're not even going to address the fact that your buddy Turtle Boy is calling everybody in the world a murderer that aren't murderers, like that haven't even been charged with murder? You're such a lying piece of shit.
I expect what we just saw with the shit business. I expect that's going to be Karen when she's found guilty.
I think Karen is just going to
you
cry.
bastard! You lied to me. Maybe she goes for TV's head first, bro. Maybe she goes for him
just gonna
first.
Cry.
Listen, I would not put it past her to back her chair up and knock someone out.
Oh, hell no. I mean, she tries knocking everybody down the
You don't
stairway.
have a vehicle anymore, so she might have to do the hit and run with her chair. Like, I don't.
But somebody got on me on X. I think it might have even been Altman or something. It was like when I first joined and was talking.
Ignore that weirdo.
And they said something about coming after me for saying that Karen was a murderer. I'm like, listen, I will always call her a murderer. I don't give a shit if she's convicted or not. I call O.J. Simpson a murderer, and I call Casey Anthony a murderer, and I will call them murderers because they are murderers. And if they want to sue me, go right ahead. But I don't think that they're ever going to because they know that that's a waste of time. But go
have
for
my
it.
right shoe in my left sock. I don't got nothing for you to have, but you can have my right shoe in my left sock if you want.
Yeah.
Like, yes, most of them are civil lawyers. I noticed that too. Like, I mean, here's the thing. A lot of them are civil attorneys who are also from out of state. So they have no idea the procedures. Now, mind you, this attorney that told me that I'm just an idiot because she's an attorney from out of state who thinks Karen's innocent, that I'm just a dum-dum who doesn't know anything. She, right before that, said, this was her comment. How can you give a defense? Basically, she had a problem with the judge saying that like lay people could understand like what goes into like basic things in an investigation. She was like, well, how do you take a defense, a voting defense without that expert opinion, basically? But then immediately after that said, but I don't know the policies and procedures in Mass. And I said, like every other lawyer in Massachusetts has done for forever with cross-examination, actually having some skills as an attorney, like, right? And of course, she said that I'm just an idiot, and she's an attorney from out of state, so she's smarter than I am, and she knows what she's talking about.
She acknowledged the fact that she didn't know the Massachusetts law.
Yeah, but she magically backtracked on that 10 seconds later when she tried to tell me that I'm just an idiot, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, didn't you just say you don't know, but you're still arguing the same?
Well, like people like Brother Counsel and shit, they'll sit there and talk mad shit, and I'm like, you're like, you're an attorney. Do you not understand that you need to look up the law for that specific, like, that's the kind of shit that
It's
drives me
amazing to me
absolutely
that they don't
insane.
even bother, these out-of-state attorneys don't even bother to look up what the policies or laws are in Massachusetts before they make a comment on it. I know those like the back of my hand most times, okay? That's how I knew when Alan Jackson was like, we want to do X, Y, and Z. And the judge was like, well, do you have any law to back that up? You got anything to cite? And I'm like, none exists. How's he going to cite something that doesn't exist? And then immediately after, the judge is like, there's none that I know of. Like, that's because it doesn't exist. I know that because I've done the research. That's why. Like,
Yeah.
like, come on, man. Like, but I'm an idiot. I know nothing. I
But
know
they
nothing.
these people literally, they know better.
Oh,
They're
they have
just,
to.
they're straight
Some of them at least.
lying. People like Brother Counsel, though, they're the ones that make me scratch my head, because I'm like, I really think this guy believes it. Like,
The
he
one
believes what
thing,
he's saying.
well, the one thing that bothers me with Emily D. Baker is
Exactly.
that she gave up law specifically because she made more money on YouTube. She did a whole article about how she only made like $100,000 as an attorney, or how she makes like over $100,000 or $200,000 as a YouTube personality. So you gave up law to do YouTube, but you're still touting you being a prosecutor as the reason why you know everything. You gave up law to be a YouTuber, bro. Because
Yeah.
you apparently make more money. I'd like to know where the fuck that money's coming from, because I don't make that kind of money. Not even close. But I get that she has way more, followers than I do. But be honest about it. Tell your audience the reason. And this article was from a long time ago, but like, tell your audience you gave up being a prosecutor because YouTube makes you more money. I think they might change their opinion on what you're saying, especially when it comes to this case, had they known that. Like,
Yeah. It's
yeah,
so
her chair
disgusting.
in reverse.
Because
Her
I know
chair.
she knows better. Like, I know she knows better.
Of course she does. Of course.
It's so gross. It just infuriates me.
Well, she also worked with Jackson, so it's like, oh, this was the best. You guys are gonna love this. One of the FKR people told me I'm an idiot because I said that Emily D. Baker and Jackson worked in the same office, and they're like, "You're an idiot. He's a defense attorney, and she was a prosecutor." And I'm like, how does it feel to look like an idiot while trying to insult someone? They do this all the time. They worked in the same office. He was a prosecutor before he was a defense attorney. You absolute effing genius. Like, how does it feel to be an idiot while you're trying to insult someone? Like,
I was watching him on that show on Netflix the other night, and I almost screen recorded it, and because I wanted to be like, where'd this guy go? Because he seemed like he was. Have you ever watched him on that? Like, when he was.
No.
It's
oh, is that the one where he's talking about that case that he prosecuted?
Yeah, well, it's a whole
killer?
season. I can't remember the name of the
Killer,
show,
though.
but
It was a killer, right? That he
yeah,
caught?
the music guy. Shit, somebody in chat might know. They gotta know. But
I saw parts of one. It was just, I think my husband was watching it, and I was like, hey, that's Alan Jackson. Like, and he was talking about how he prosecuted this case of like a murderer, basically.
Yeah.
And he was in the Netflix thing, and I was like,
yeah, he was a
cool.
music producer. I can't think of the guy's name now. But there's a whole that's his most famous one, and he had to retry it because they got a hung jury. But then they did get him. But he's on a whole season of them where they're interviewing him throughout the whole thing, talking about all these different cases. And it's like, man, you actually, like, how did you get where you are now, you disgusting, vile creature?
But I don't know. With some of these people, it's amazing. Like, it's amazing some of the shit that they say, and it's amazing some of the stuff they actually believe. I'm like, come on, dude. I know people aren't this dumb. I know that there are some people that like, no, Phil Spector. That's it. Phil Spector. You guys got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. See, I knew you guys would figure it out. You guys would figure it out. You guys are so goddamn smart. So freaking smart. See, this is what I mean. Nobody knows everything, right? None of us are going to know everything. There's just no chance that we know everything, right? I like to learn. I'm one of those people that like loves information. Like last year, I started reading about, like, before any of like, the before like ARCA and like people were screaming about physics and science, although physics is science. But like, you know, before these people were yelling about physics and science, I actually started reading about physics just because like I started to get interested I was watching like a documentary about like how time travel could be possible in the future and how they found that like black hole, like the mini one that they made. And so like I just got sort of fascinated in that. I've always liked things that had to do with space too, for some reason. I don't know why, I just have.
Yeah.
So I started like reading up on it. Like I just wanted to learn, and like I'll find myself like being very interested in something like that where I like now I'm like, you know what, I'm all in. I need to learn everything about this thing that I'm interested in right now. Like I am an avid reader, and I'm interested in a lot of random shit. I'm a nerd. Okay, I'm just a nerd. So but I've been like that my whole life. So like I love sort of learning. And I always say to people, like, even at 90 years old, you're still learning. So anybody who claims to have known it all, like, is dumb, because if you're not opening yourself up to always learn, then you're making a mistake, right? Like, I always learn. There's something to be learned. And I always tell people there's no stupid questions. Just because I know the answer doesn't mean that you should. Right? Like, ask the question. There's no such thing as a dumb question. And I know people are like, yeah, but it is a dumb question. I'm like, no, it's not a dumb question, because if you don't know, right? How many other people do you think don't know? Right? There's no such thing as a dumb question. Everybody can learn. Everybody can learn. I don't care who the fuck you are. People not willing to learn are the problem. If you think that your answer is the only answer or the only way to get to it, like, and you're not willing to just listen or learn, like, that's on you. Like, then you're not an open-minded person. Then you're very closed-minded, and you're going to find life to be very difficult. Like, open your mind. Like, I've learned to like let a lot of things just sort of run off my shoulders. Like, there are things that I have dealt with when it comes to this case that I had never imagined for me or for any of the people that I care about that have been through it. We have been through hell, the ringer, tormented, terrorized, you name it, it's been done and continues to happen. I've now learned to ignore 99.9% of it.
Yeah.
Because these are people who don't even know me. Don't even know me. You don't know me. You don't know a fucking thing about me.
I think a lot of them are paid people. I really do.
I believe that they're paid, but I also think a lot of them were sort of thrown into it as, listen, we can't pay you personally. But if you get on YouTube or X and you make X amount of posts about it or get this much engagement, like, you will get paid from those people. Those people will pay you lots and lots and lots of money. Look at what Aiden made, and that's what they use. Look at all the money he's making. If you get on there, this is the kind of money you will be making. And I think they sort of get sucked in by like the numbers of the channels that have went straight up from all the free Karen Read people that started following them up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And they're like, oh shit, I'm a smaller channel. Like, I want to do that. I want to go. I mean, look at Tom's. He's at like 15,000 or something. I could have easily surpassed him because I started streaming long before him. Like, easily surpassed him by now if I had stayed free Karen Read. But when the evidence speaks to you and tells you a totally different story than what these people are saying, and they're outright just flat out ignoring evidence in front of their faces, like, that is a problem. That is a problem. If you're willing to lie for money, then you don't have integrity. If you're willing to allow the people around you to do awful things to other people just because they have a different opinion, then there's something wrong with you too, because you're allowing it to happen without saying, no, don't do that. I don't think that that's okay. Because if you notice, any of the free Karen Read people that do publicly say like, no, this is not okay, I do not agree with this, and publicly say it to those people doing it, they get eviscerated, dude. Eviscerated. They dig into their lives, pick out every part that they didn't like or thought was weird or strange or sketchy, or they'll make something sketchy that wasn't even sketchy by twisting it and shoving in their narrative. It's sick. It's sick. Like, it is sick. I think Tom is in love with Karen. I do not know when the next Netflix documentary is coming out. I do not know.
I think Victoria is like a single white female on.
Dude, do you see the way she looks just in general? First of all, she looks very disengaged.
Did you see her jacket? I mean, she's wearing the same jacket as Karen was yesterday. Not the same, but it was like they had freaking matching outfits on. It was weird.
It's because you're supposed to have the top. So like the directions on the mic say the top of the mic is where you can hear better. So if I have it sort of up like this is kind of the bottom. So I try to keep it like at an angle for speaking at the top of it. So is that better? Is that better? Because you want to be close to it. Everybody, you definitely always want to be close to it. But the top apparently is where this one sort of records from, or maybe it's plugged in. So I try to be an open book as much as I humanly can without, revealing enough for them to show up at my house, because I'm gonna tell you right now, showing up at my house would be the worst thing they ever decided to do.
Yeah. Ugh.
Scott from Crime Talk. I have not heard of him.
Oh, I like Scott Reich. He's my favorite.
I'm gonna have to write this down. So
he's just like a real straight up, give it to me straight attorney. Like he does usually every night for like 20 minutes of just kind of the main stories and updates. And he reminds me of my dad. Like he's just one of those kind of guys. He lives in Colorado, and I think he first started with the Watts stuff, and like,
oh yeah, that stuff was horrible.
Yeah, awful stuff. But he's like a really cool guy, and he's a successful practicing defense attorney, but he doesn't bullshit you. He's like, all right, this is what this looks like, and I predict this is gonna happen, and we'll just have to wait and see. That's his favorite saying. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
I love
But, like,
that. I love that for him. I'm gonna have to check that out. That sounds like my kind of stuff to watch.
Yeah, he's awesome. And he's just like, it's not like drama. It's just, here's what's happening today, quick. And then I think he usually tries to do a live every week too, but like he's a professional, like he's practicing attorney, and like people are like, people kind of give him shit sometimes, and he's like, look, they're like, I thought you were a defense attorney, and he's like, I am a defense attorney, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not gonna lie to my clients. Like, this is a bad fact, and this is what's probably gonna happen.
It's really that's simple. Like I think that they just want the lying. They want what they're thinking to be the know-all be-all, unfortunately.
I'm like, guys, go watch fucking Netflix. Like, there are plenty of fucking movies or TV series that you can watch that aren't people's real lives that are filled with drama. Go watch that shit, you sick fucks. Like, seriously. God, it pisses me off.
Is this volume better on my microphone? Is this better? I needed to turn the volume up.
Yeah,
I think it somehow good. Yeah, it went down. I don't know how that happened, but it I don't know, auto reset itself lower. But hopefully that's better. It was at 19 when it should have been at 59. I don't know why. Russell Brand was charged.
Who's Russell Brand?
He's a famous guy. Wasn't he Katy Perry's husband at one point? I think.
Got charged for what?
I'm guessing SA.
Oh God.
Scott is great. He thinks he would not have voted guilty last trial, but he doesn't buy the conspiracy at all. I think a lot of people said, there could have been doubt in the last trial. Lally did too much of the trying to debunk the conspiracy, but I think we're going to have a different dynamic when it comes to this trial. I think Hank is and that's the thing. Second time around, it's going to be easier for the prosecution because the defense can't really change their story, right? Like they can a little tiny bit, but they can't to the point where they're changing the entire thing. So I guess we'll see, but I have faith in Hank. I do.
I kind of feel like they're changing the way they're trying to make Karen appear. I feel like she actually has successfully, I don't know how it's going to happen in trial. I feel like she's not going to be able to control herself, but I think she's kind of successfully tamed herself down a little bit. I don't know if she's on Xanax or something or what, but I'm like, this is bullshit, because I'm going to start feeling sorry for her if she doesn't fucking start getting rabid again.
You will never, ever catch me feeling sorry for her because the way that she has destroyed lives, her and him together, I've seen the mess that it causes. I've lived it myself, and I've seen it in other people that I care about. And
Yeah, it'll just be fleeting. I won't feel sorry for long, but I'm just saying,
It's
like,
awful. It's just
it's
terrible. It's awful all around. Like, awful.
it
Just
is.
awful. Well, that's it, right, Lisa? Is that you're just anti Karen, so like immediately you're just enemy of the state by them, you know? Like it's going to be the same people that harass me that harass you. It's like they're obsessed. They're obsessed. It's like, dude, you don't even know me from a hole in the wall, yet you're cyber stalking and criminally harassing my life, dude. Like I'd tread lightly because those are crimes. And if you think you're not being watched, you would be a fool. Like you would be a fool. Like, yeah, I didn't hit the top, that's for sure. I got it in like a little bit past the middle, you know? Oh, yeah, the top of the microphone. It's hard because when I wanna move the arm closer or further away, it's just easier to grab it where the microphone is than it is to pull the bar out or in. Because if I pull this thing out, it's new, so it's too stiff still because it's so new, you know? And I don't
Yeah.
want it too close to my whoop, and there it goes, too close to my face. Oh, now I gotta fix it. God damn it, the little clamp came undone because I moved it too much. That's what I get. Give me a minute. Sunny can talk to y'all for a second.
Oh, I can usually have something to talk about. What should I talk about? Let me think. I can't even see your chat, or I'd be able to figure out what you guys want to talk about. She'll be back in a second, though. I'm feeling a little yucky today, so I'm not my normal fiery self. Yeah, I just get really upset at these people for, they think that I don't know, these creators that get into this stuff and they just don't care whose lives they ruin. It just really upsets me. Makes me very upset. As I just think, how does that not matter to you? Like, how do you live with yourself? How do you justify that kind of behavior? And they're adults. That's the thing. I'm like, okay, if this was a bunch of teenagers, I'd get it. But y'all are functional adults with children of your own. Like Melanie Little, I think, has like 5 kids, I think I've heard her say. I'm like, that's really sad. I feel sad for your children because I would be really ashamed if you were my mother. I don't know how young they are, but it concerns me with a role model like that. If they're still impressionable. I mean, your mom you're always impressionable, I think, when it comes to your mom, but oh, I wish I could see your guys' chat. I feel like a fish out of water right now. Yeah, I'd really like to know. Oh, I know something. I was listening to Grant talk, and I just think that Grant is very wrong in one of the things that I enjoy listening to Grant and his philosophical rants because I'm the same way. But I think he's really wrong about Brennan offering Aiden. Remind me to ask Twisted Tragedy when she gets back about use immunity in Massachusetts. I don't know what they call it in Massachusetts, but sometimes they can give you like derivative use immunity just for while you testify in that case. Anything that you say on the stand can't be used against you. And Grant keeps talking about that's what he thinks Brennan's play is, but I strongly disagree. And the reason is because I don't think that Brennan needs Aiden to convict Karen, and I don't think that Brennan needs Karen to convict Aiden. I think that he's got a solid case against both of them. So I think it's funny because I think Aiden thinks that he's gotten out that way, but I don't think that I personally don't think that that's true. I'd be curious to see what Elise thinks of that because she knows Massachusetts and that area obviously way better than I do, but I just think that's wrong because I would hate to see him get off on any of the shit that he's done because he is so many victims. So many victims. I mean, I get upset about all these other creators taking advantage of the people that support them financially and stuff. And they're not even being abusive to their people. Like, they're just lying to them, which I guess is abuse too, but not in the same way Hayden does. Like, Hayden just abuses people.
I agree with you. I don't think there's any chance that he gets any sort of limited immunity.
Okay.
None. None whatsoever.
What
I don't think there's any chance in hell. Brennan does not need him to convict Karen, and they're not going to give him any sort of immunity for his cases. They want him to be held accountable for what he has done to so many people, him and Karen. So I just don't see a chance of him getting any sort of limited anything. Like,
good. I didn't think so either. I'm like, there's no way that they're gonna give up. Like, this man has been, he has terrorized. He has terrorized that whole area. And like, I was really concerned for you guys. Like, I'm like, when I first got on YouTube, I'm like pleading with people, like, stop this. You guys are going to end up having riots and people are going to die. Like, this is, you guys don't know how close you are to the edge of tyranny right now.
They don't care. They don't care who they hurt as long as they're right in the end, right? As long as they think that they're right in the end, or they seem like they're right in the end. They don't care who they hurt, who they lie about. They don't give a shit. That's half the problem. These are grown-ass adults too. Like, dude, stop. You're a grown-ass adult, dude, willing to lie for a man you don't know who would throw you under the bus in 10 seconds. The man would throw his own mother under the bus in 10 seconds. Let's just be abundantly clear here, okay? Like, I don't think they will to give him any immunity for anything.
No.
And Leon exactly right is if he would take any sort of deal, he knows he'd be done forever. Like, not that he's already not going to be done forever after the charges and after his case happens and everything comes to light in that case, but he would be double done forever if he ever took any sort of deal against Karen. He's not going to do that. He's a narcissist. Remember that. Remember, people like that don't know like his patterns of behavior or don't know him all that well, I think guess that like maybe he'll take it to save his own ass. But make no mistake when I say like he is not going to take anything. He believes in his narcissistic mind that he's just going to get off on everything, that his lawyer is going to lie his way out of it. And let's be abundantly clear here. His lawyer has a habit of lying, even to keep a man in jail or to keep evidence away from a defendant in a case, which he is currently going through a BBO complaint for. So this is a pattern of behavior of his lawyer and a pattern of behavior with him. He is never going to take a deal because he knows that that would mean that people are wrong, like that he's admitting that like he was wrong or that he did something he wasn't supposed to do. He's never going to take a deal and they're never going to offer him one anyway. Like,
I want this trial to start so bad right now. I cannot wait for all this shit to come out.
I think Meredith should be held just as accountable as him. She has about 10 sock accounts that she harasses people on too. She's just as bad as he is, in my opinion. And I can't say that about any of the other women that he's dated because eventually she's going to be thrown out like trash too. And she's going to be looking to all the people he did it to before her and is going to realize like, you're just another one of those people that he did it to and lied about and smears. Like, you know, not going to be any different. Like somebody told me about that earlier, but so usually Mary Lou's has like 2 buckets or 2 cups for tips, one on each side of the thing. And they'll usually write, what do you like better, sun or snow, right? Like the company itself has no control over what the employees choose to write on those cards. But if you saw that at a local one, because it's not at my local one, I can promise you that, I would say to contact corporate over there because I don't think that Mary Lou, the lady who runs the company, would be too pleased with that. It's clearly one of the employees wrote it and put it on there. And I'm guessing in the social, so I'm guessing it was either a Weymouth or Quincy or Braintree location, if I had to guess, maybe even Randolph. I haven't seen the picture, but I'm guessing it's one of the South Shore Mary Lou's.
You know, do you know the defense attorney, Josh Schiffer?
I think I've heard this name.
Like
but I
he's
can't
a lot
place
of
it.
times he's like on the panel on the couch with Vinny. Like they usually have 3 attorneys, and
I won't watch it.
he's got orange glasses.
I won't watch Vinny, so probably not.
Jen Coffindaffer has him on sometimes too on her YouTube. But anyway, he was talking on Vinny's show the other night, and he said the McAlberts. And I honestly think that he had no idea what he was saying. Like, I think he literally,
It's from the propaganda. That's the problem.
Yeah, he didn't say it in a way, because I like rewound it like 6 times. I'm like, because I wanted to just be like, because I like him, although I don't agree with him a lot. He is a defense attorney, so he's got to fucking say shit sometimes just to play that side. But like, I'm like, there's no way. Like, I cannot imagine that person saying that without, like, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, I can't imagine.
No, I'm realizing what you're saying, but that's part of the propaganda, right? You see it over and
Yeah.
over again, just becomes a thing.
Yeah.
The Alberts and McCabe's are 2 different families. They're not one family. They're not represented as one. They are 2 separate families.
Yeah,
They're separate people. Like,
it's just so sad, because I'm just like, oh my God, it's happening. Like, even when people aren't trying to be dicks, it's happening. Like, fuck.
I think Joy, you are right. I think he's going to jail if there's any justice in this world, and I think that the DA's office absolutely knows that they can't offer him any sort of deal. I don't think they ever were or ever would anyway. I mean, do you mean like Free Karen Reed's going crazy over the buffer zone? Why? I'm confused. I mean, I know they had a hearing today, but like, well, I'm not on X, so I don't know what happened. So you gotta elaborate, girl. You gotta tell me. You gotta tell me what's happening. Natalie was on the witness list. Yes.
Do you think he's gonna call her?
I don't know. It's a good chance he does for consciousness of guilt.
Yeah, I feel like he really needs to. Like, she's got some fucking tea to spill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's the best one to get inside knowledge.
I've talked to Natalie about what happened, and it's interesting. Like, Karen flips out on her, and Natalie was just trying to be helpful. Like, Karen was worried about the documentary and that Aiden was jumping at any documentary deal that was coming his way. And she thought he was jumping at the first one and thought maybe that it was not a good documentary company, or maybe the people were shady or sketchy or whatever. And Natalie looked into it for Karen and said that they're reputable people. So she messaged her to sort of put her mind at ease, saying like, hey, no, they're like reputable people, like whatever. And then Karen got mad because, there's a time difference. So for 9 o'clock for Natalie, it's 12 here. And so Karen got all pissy at her. In reality, Natalie was trying to be helpful. She was trying to help a friend feel better because she did some research for you. Like, and Karen got all pissed. Oh, it's past midnight. Oh, cry me a river. Act like you're not awake watching YouTube. You are. So like, stop it. Like, and I mean, what she did to Natalie wasn't cool. Bottom line. Like, but Natalie does have a lot to say. And I think if they call her up for a consciousness of guilt, like, it's going to be real bad for Karen. Like,
yeah,
there should be some respect for the process, although we know that they don't have that. So,
I also think that a lot of the people on FKR, after studying them, I'm pretty sure that the majority of them are criminals, and that's why they want to support other criminals, because they feel like they're getting back at the man. It's just, it's really fucked up, like parasocial shit.
Yeah, so they're going to keep crying foul. Here's the thing. It's not against their civil rights. There's very real legal precedent that says that the trial court has a right to do business without being harassed by protesters. It's happened in many cases. And in the cases, it was always allowed because they still have to have a fair trial going on. So they wouldn't want, Karen Reed's attorneys would be screaming from the high heavens if they allowed, justice for John protesters to be of abundance way more than the Free Karen Reed people out there and very visible to the jury. They would be filing a motion for a buffer zone. Let's make no mistake about it. The buffer zone isn't going anywhere. Okay. Happened in the first trial. It's going to happen in this trial. They can cry, they can bitch, they can whine about their civil rights, but someone's right to a fair trial comes first. Your right to assemble has already been done by the court and Supreme Court. It's a losing situation for these people crying foul. It's a losing situation. Sorry,
Yeah.
not sorry. The buffer zone is happening. It is, and there's other trials happening in that court right now. They have to be able to conduct business without being interrupted by screaming lunatics outside. Like, yeah, that's exactly what it was about. Karen was worried about him jumping at the first documentary, which is so funny because it's like it shows you that she didn't have any faith in what he says because he blows everything up. Which she said later on, which is like, he's a liability. He is a liability. She knows he's a liability. Then he went and threatened. He did his thing. He blackmailed and threatened, like, well, I'll go to Tully, blah, blah, blah. And he knew he was never going to. It was a threat. It was a threat he used to get back into talking with Karen. He was mad he wasn't getting a seat in the courthouse. He was mad he wasn't being invited. He was mad that Nick was going on court TV, which is his own fault because the reason he got banned from court TV is for calling people cunts. So that's his own fault. So they will not have him on anymore. And that's on him. That's not Nick's fault. That's his fault. Until he was getting very jealous that other people were getting more airtime than him. And he threw a fit like the big baby back bitch that he is. Just saying. It's just the truth. Just saying. Like,
that's a good nickname.
I didn't want like a bitch. Like it's that simple. Like go get some rest, girlie. Go get some rest.
Yeah, if anybody's worried about the buffer zone, don't worry. It's not going anywhere. They can cry and scream all they want.
Button, Arlene, before you leave, make sure you hit the subscribe button and change that little bell notification to all so you get notified when we're live. Oh, yeah, she knows about that. She knows about how they use the addresses. Like, yeah, she was the intermediary. She knows quite a bit. Like, yep, they can do whatever they want right outside the goddamn buffer zone. Back of the bus, bitches. Sorry. Like,
do they know? Has anybody in your chat seen because yesterday it looked pretty dead out there.
Yeah, I mean, from what people tell me is there are some people, but not many because they're mad that they can't be right there in front of the court. So
yeah, I mean,
some people aren't going because they're like they can't be front and center and, the cameras aren't on them at all times. So they're like, not.
They can't have a fucking carnival out in the front of the fucking courtyard. Like, they actually have to stand on a sidewalk and obey laws, so they're crying. But I'm just curious if that's changed at all because I think it's a very nice change. I bet a lot of people are breathing easy.
Yeah, I want my baby back, bitch.
That's my favorite nickname for him thus far.
The short turtle.
Baby back bitch.
Just a short turtle with his pen with his face on it and writing letters to the judge with his tiny arms. Your Honor, please protect my information. I don't care about other people's information. Their information doesn't matter. I disseminate that all the time. But I want my information under wraps because it's very important and serious. It's serious business here. Like his little dino arms. Like,
where's your little notebook and your fluffy pen?
My fluffy pen's here. I have the fluffy pen. This is my notebook here.
Let's do Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle.
Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. Dear Your Honor. Dear Your Honor. So this is my fluffy pen. Don't make fun of it. This is it. You bought it with my $5 donations. You got to make $5 or more, Your Honor. It's got to be $5 donations. If it's not $5, it's not worth it. Don't you? I'm not reading it. I'm not doing it. It's not realistic. Such a fucking nerd, dude.
You will fucking pay it and you will love it. What is wrong with you people?
You would give me a turtle shot and you would like it and you would give me more turtle shots.
His fucking rants. He's like, get the fuck out of here. Get her out of here. Fuck her. Eject her. Oh, she didn't mean that? Okay, well, whatever. She shouldn't be fucking telling me what to do. Like, oh my God. You're fucking deranged. And people
Joy, you must have missed it the other day. There was like, God, it was like 3 or 4 videos ago. We did a whole like 3-minute segment of this Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle when he filed that motion bitching to the court that he wanted his information under a preservation order, as he constantly, and I mean constantly, breaks a preservation order and disseminates Lindsay's information from her phone still to this day. But he wants his information protected. So there was like a whole almost 3-minute. I was in rare form that day. All right. Just came out of nowhere. And that's my impression. It went to a turtle diary. I'm like, hey, be Tim in the house. You snapping turtle. You like a snapping turtle. I snap at you. Snap. Like, bro, he abuses the fuck out of his viewers, bro. Abuses the fuck. And they're all like, give me more. Please disparage me. Piss on me in the wind. Do it. Like, fucking, like, dude, he wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire.
I feel like it's a fucking literal different dimension.
It's a clusterfuck.
It's just so, I'm like, this is actually how people spend their evenings, and they enjoy this. I don't understand. This is an adult and he has children and people pay him to do. I just don't understand this.
The goddamn head scratcher.
That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of them are criminals that just have criminal minds. They are just not good people. It's just scary. I mean, it's funny when we can make fun of it, but it's scary. Like, that's actual. To get inside his head, oh.
B. Tim nailed it right here. I think TB's life will be ruined after this case, and I fully agree. He will be buried in civil suits for the rest of his miserable fucking life, and I can't do nothing more than laugh all the way to the fucking bank about that, because that's exactly what he deserves.
Better be in fucking prison.
Buried in civil suits while he's in prison for the rest of his life. Like, sorry, not sorry. It's what he deserves. Like, for screaming at these people that it's a $5 limit. $5. You can't donate $1. You can't donate $2. It has to be $5 or more if it's not worth his time. I'm sorry. Who the fuck do you think you are? What are you, the Gestapo of turtle chats now? Like, what?
Yeah, and if it's too long, he won't read it either. If you write more than like 3 sentences.
Because he got no patience. That's why. It's like, dude, people are paying so that they can give those. Like, you don't read them from chat. He just ignores the entire chat most of the time. So, like, they're paying for you to read it, you absolute asshole. Like, but that just shows you he doesn't care. He does not give a shit, right? He does not give an actual shit. Like, he just wants to push his little fist up, a little tiny fist. He might, be angry. I'm so angry. Be afraid of me. Like, bro. Pro tip, go check out, and this is a very serious pro tip, you guys. This is so serious, all right? He needs to go, maybe, you know what? Maybe one of the free Karen Reed followers, she's got a doctor as a husband that does surgery, so maybe he can help with this. Go see a plastic surgeon, right? And get that dick nose fixed. Get the dick nose fixed. And, like, you know, shave it down a little, maybe. I don't know. But it's pro tip, dude. Fix the dick nose. Like,
that was the funniest shit I ever did see when I heard Kate say that she's like, where did I hear that? She must have had it on one of her videos, or somebody played it for me or something.
I did not make that nickname up. We can thank maybe this person here and some other people that I know of that I so heard it from, and it just was so fitting. But you know, yeah, $5 to yell at me. Does anybody know a juror? Do we have a juror update on how many? I don't know. I thought, 10 was the last I heard. Does anybody have an update on that? For my friend here, from a friend. All I know is 10 thus far. I don't know if we've had any other update as to any more. You're totally welcome. Some days I'm funnier than others. Other days I'm not so funny, but when I get in that mood, I just can't help myself. I cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of my mouth 9 out of 10 times. We might get another answer by the end of the day. They might say, like, oh, we got 4 more or whatever. Or they might find none today. I don't know. It's a Friday. Let's see, like, let's see. Yeah, lunch breaks and end of day. Well, we're almost past lunch. I think they do lunch between 1 and 2. So, like, usually if it's going to be after lunch, it would be around 2 that we would get that update. So, I mean, we have been live for 4 hours and 24 minutes and 48, 49, 50 seconds. So, it's been a long time. I didn't even realize how long it's been just because, like, you guys are so fun. Like, I haven't even looked to see if there was donos. I'll just do it at the end. I just like chilling with you guys. You know what I mean? Like, you guys got tons of awesome questions. There's tons of shit to go over when it comes to this case. I feel like you just can't nail some of these pieces of evidence enough. And, you know, you gotta have like some comedy in it all, right? Like, thank you, Scorpio. And I hope you guys feel better, Joy. That sucks. Believe me, when sickness goes around my house, it just like goes in circles. It runs circles. It goes from one kid to the adults, back to the kids, back to it's like kids, they come home with germs. New motion, substitute DNA lab person? What? Where is it? Is it on Christina Rex? We'll read it. Or is it just being reported that it's a new motion? If it's like a new thing we can read, let's read it.
For like,
I can
what do they
never keep
mean
up with them online.
substitute?
DNA lab person. I don't know.
Like, it's a different person, so they have to say it's a substitute person because that person is in like China or something.
Possibly. Let's see. All right. Commonwealth has filed a motion to have a different DNA analyst from Bodhi Technologies testify in the second trial. Motion says test chart, who testified in the last trial, is medically unavailable.
I was close.
I'll read it without pulling it up, only because it's in my DMs, so I don't want to like share the whole screen for that, but I'll read it. It says, now comes the Commonwealth and respectfully requests that this honorable court allow Carl, oh God, I am going to bungle his last name, Miyasako? I don't know. A senior DNA analyst at Bodhi Technologies who personally conducted a technical review of the work of DNA analyst test chart. In this matter, to testify at trial. Test chart, the DNA analyst who conducted the mitochondrial DNA analysis and compared those to the DNA profile of the victim from the known standards in this case, is medically unavailable to travel to Massachusetts for this trial. The Commonwealth seeks to introduce the results of the profiles through the testimony of Mr. Miasco following his technical review of Ms. Chart's work. Mr. Miasco will give his own opinion based on his review of the testing conducted by Ms. Chart. Both individuals involved work for the Bodhi Technologies lab. The Commonwealth does not intend to introduce at trial the documents containing the raw data, report, or chart produced by Ms. Chart. And then he cites a case, Williams versus Illinois, and then Commonwealth versus Granger, Massachusetts law. It says, in this one, it says the Supreme Judicial Court held that Williams did not trigger a change in Massachusetts law that allows an expert to testify to his independent opinion, even if said opinion is based on data, not in evidence. Furthermore, there was no violation of the defendant's confrontation rights with DNA experts. Opinion relied on DNA test results obtained by an analyst who did not testify. In the instant case, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce the opinion of a witness who personally reviewed Ms. Chart's work and who will render his own independent opinion about the DNA results. For the above reasons, the Commonwealth motion should be allowed. And it was submitted. So that's what the Commonwealth is asking for, just basically because the Bodhi Technologies woman is medically unavailable to fly here, which makes sense, you know? So it is what it is. I think it'll be allowed, you know? I don't think it won't be allowed. I think it absolutely will be allowed. She might be on medical leave. She could have had a baby recently. She'd be on medical leave. Could be a medical condition. Like, she just can't make it here. It does suck the life out of you. Been there. It does suck the absolute freaking life out of you. Like, I'm trying. I do the best I can, y'all. I do the best I can. I think it'll be allowed. I absolutely think that it'll be allowed because there's no reason why they wouldn't allow someone independently to go over her work and say, yes, this is true. Yes, this is true. Yes, this is true. It's another person at Bodie Technologies. There's no reason why it wouldn't be allowed. I think it's exactly what Karen Reed's team would ask for if one of their experts wasn't medically available. So no more jurors yet. We haven't heard anything yet. I don't think we're going to hear anything until after lunch. So after 2, I will stay on until just a bit after 2, just to make sure if there's an update, I can give it to you guys. And then I'll end this. Well, it's already in evidence. They already have the information. So
I'm going to hop down T squared, but let's be in touch let's be in touch later.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Love
See you
guys.
later.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to Sunny, as always. It's wonderful to have her. It's wonderful to have anybody. If B. Tim doesn't get busy, he can always hop up too. We love to hear what B. Tim has to say. I'm betting he's at work, but we always love to hear what B. Tim has to say. But make sure if you guys aren't already following Sunny, she does have her own channel that you follow Sunny. She does some great videos and she has some great commentary on her channel that you guys should definitely check out if you already aren't following her. So that's an interesting update, though. Interesting. I still think, there's some outstanding things the judge still hasn't ruled on the docket. And one of them, I think she said she was going to wait until it was like closer to trial. So I guess they're going to wait until they get closer to trial. Like, everybody loves you, Sonny. You are loved, my friend. Some thanks. We have some goodbyes. Maureen subbed to you earlier. That's awesome. So nice to see you, Deb. You're welcome. You're welcome. I do my best. I do my best. All right, guys, fire me up some questions so we can take up this time before 2 o'clock. We've got about 10 minutes until 2, so I want to see some questions, some things we can go over real quick before we wrap it up for the day. Where's my water? I know I had one somewhere at some point today. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I did have one. I know I brought it in here, but maybe I brought it back out. Maybe I brought it back out. All right. Let's see here. I do want to pull up. Rulings can happen over the weekend, but most of the time they won't hit the docket until Monday. So the judge can rule on something during the weekend, but most of the time it won't be entered into the computer until Monday morning. That's why Monday mornings are so exciting, because Monday mornings you get to just be like, what's there? Oh, okay. Well, that's the thing. So most of the time in most states, I mean, perjury is a charge, but most states don't charge on perjury. I think in this case, there might be an argument for them to actually pick up some perjury charges on these people and charge them. Most times they don't charge with perjury because the person can just say, oh, I didn't remember. So it's hard to prove that they knowingly lied. In some of these cases, in the past, I know that there are ways to prove that they knowingly lied, at least in the 2 cases that I know of. With the jurors, I'm not really sure if they would charge with perjury unless they can absolutely prove that it was a knowing lie. So if they just say like, oh, I forgot, or I didn't fill out that portion, I skipped it by accident, like whatever the case may be, then, I don't think they'll charge for perjury. I think they'd have to prove that it was the person willfully lying. And that's the problem with perjury, is it's not easily proved. You can't just say, oh, that was a lie and charge them with perjury, because they can say it wasn't a lie, I just didn't remember. Right. That's why eyewitness testimony is so unreliable because any tiny little thing in someone's mind can make them believe something different. If you just mention a blue shirt enough times, all of a sudden that eyewitness over time will say, no, you know what? I think he was wearing a blue shirt. In their mind, they'll picture him wearing a blue shirt, even if his shirt was actually black. That's why eyewitness testimony is not always great. I know they use it in a lot of cases, but there's an argument for it to never be used because of that, you know? I don't know where she came from, really, honestly. She came sort of at the beginning. At first I knew of her. She came at the beginning of the last trial. And I have no idea where actually she came from or why for that reason. I know that that's not her name, that's her middle name. And I know that they have some issues over there on that side. People fighting amongst each other, fighting each other. It's just ridiculous, really. A lot of jealousy issues that go around. I just can't. Oh, God, don't say that, Heartstar. We're going to just hope that didn't happen. And I hope that Hank is able to weed them out, right? Weed them out. Weed them out. So that we just have actual real life people who can look at this case and say, okay, this is evidence, this is evidence, this is evidence, this is evidence, you know? The actual witnesses not even remember. That's a long story of how I know that. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, that's why eyewitness testimony sometimes is not reliable, because your mind is great when it first happens. But even then, any suggestions of things can make your mind play tricks on you, you know? No, it's not. Of course, Politan would say that. It's not unconstitutional. Not by a long shot. Actually, as a matter of fact, the Supreme Court has ruled otherwise. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, no, they do. I mean, was the first Monday? No, we did it started at Tuesday? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I have to find out why. Might be Tuesday. I would assume. I mean, maybe there could be that the judge had something scheduled on Mondays already. That could be why. Because that doesn't make sense to me. Why wouldn't you have jury selection on a Monday? That's strange. As far as I know, you have them on every day. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that court has a rule where they don't do it Mondays. I don't know. It's a very real possibility. I'll have to find out. Well, that's the thing. Is he's just wrong. I mean, you heard it here from an attorney, y'all. Like, he's wrong. Like, Joy here is an attorney. Like, I know I'm not an attorney, but I know a lot. Like, and he is wrong. Like, yeah, I feel like he just wants to say whatever makes them happy. He got a little taste of them harassing him when he said something they didn't like. It was either in a documentary or in an interview or something, and he said something they didn't like. It was a clip of him saying something, and he got harassed a little bit, and then he had to come back to the dark side, you know, like with those people. Like, yeah, well, exactly. They're able to be manipulated. Like, yeah, I do think that Lexus data has got them in a kerfuffle. And I think you saw it on Alan Jackson's face this morning. Literally. Like, I don't know about you, but as I pointed out in that part of the thing, he looked extremely worried, extremely stressed out. And he's been trying to, delay this trial for months. You're delaying the inevitable, sir. I don't know why. Like, you're delaying. And I think the evidence is starting to pick up steam. I think he knows that documentary was a disaster for him and for Karen. It showed the world exactly who she is. It showed the world she had no remorse for anybody. She doesn't care about the harassment that she has pushed upon the witnesses, the supporters, the family members of any of these people. They don't give a shit, right? Like, it's difficult for anybody watching that to say, yep, she's innocent. She shows no remorse whatsoever about John. And when they ask her if he thinks about him, like if she thinks about him, like the answer she gives is like, what? Like, then she says something like, I don't feel bad for the witnesses. Do you think Turtle Boy harassed people? Well, definitionally, is it harassment? Yes, they're witnesses against me, but they should have been defendants. So basically she says like, yeah, it's witness harassment and witness intimidation, but like, Who gives a fuck? Because if I want to get off on this, they need to be defendants and I need to be let go. Like, they need to be suspects so that everybody stops looking at me. So let them be harassed. Like, that's what she, like, if you're on trial for murder, it's probably not a good look to be saying things like that. It's also not a good look to be like, oh yeah, I wanted to go to dinner and have a drink when you're on trial for murder, DUIing. It's probably not a smart thing to say. Like, yeah, I have no respect for Vinny anymore. Like, I just don't. Like, he knows better, and that's what pisses me off is he's not an idiot. Like, he's not an idiot. He knows better, and that just literally tells me he has no problem lying, I guess Tuesday it is, huh? Meh. Meh, I'm angry. Meh. Meh. Yeah. Colin's life has forever been altered. He could have been at college playing the sports that he loved, and instead he's at home doing online school because they sullied his name and dragged him through the mud and ruined a young man's college life. Like, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Like, by any stretch of the imagination, it is deplorable. And the fact that grown adults thought that they could call a college kid's school and call the college saying he's a murderer and like, what? Like, what? That is just like, you're grown ass adults. You don't know anything about him. You don't know anything about his family. You don't know what kind of kid he is. You just heard a juror say something. You believed it. And then you felt compelled to then take action in real life to try to ruin someone's life you don't know. If that doesn't sound insane, like, I don't know what does. The fact that they think it's totally normal behavior is the problem that I see. The fact that they think it's totally, absolutely 100% normal to do that to people is like insane. Like, I cannot grasp, cannot compute in my brain. I would never take time out of my day to harass somebody, especially somebody I don't know. Oh, make no mistake, DJ, make no mistake. Those civil suits, they're coming. They're a coming. They're a coming. There are going to be a lot of very unhappy people being sued. Very unhappy. So Boston. Wait till you piss me off. When I get really mad, my accent comes in a lot harder. Like, I get real mad. Like, I sound more like Karen. Yeah, exactly. Feel sorry for him, but I'm going to blame him. You know what I mean? Like, her life. It's her life and poor her and wah, 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 wah. That's all I ever hear from her. Like, wah. Yeah, make no mistake when I say there's going to be lots of lawsuits. Lots. Well, that's the thing. If you didn't do anything wrong, why do you need to attack the victim? If you didn't do anything wrong, why would you need to, like, send blackmailing messages to people? Like, if you didn't do anything wrong, why are you trying to control what small YouTubers have to say? That was my first red flag. That was my first one. Like, how much do you think Karen Reed's worth or her father's net worth? Because they're taking it all. Well, that's the thing, right? It's all going to be gone eventually. So it's a good question what their net worth is. Clearly, they're not hurting for money by any stretch of the imagination. Like, not even a little. I would love to have like a weekend getaway, and she has 100 and whatever days in a high class hotel that's not even a regular room. It's a suite. Like, just cause like, Boston, by the way, is not closer to trial than where her parents live. So why would you need to go all the way to the seaport? That doesn't make sense. I do think she hates everyone. I think she hates everyone. I don't think she likes anyone, especially anybody that calls her on her bullshit. Like, yeah, it's all everybody else's fault. Of course, narcissists cannot take responsibility for anything that they do. That's why you'll never see the sewer turtle take any responsibility for the things that he has done and the people that he has hurt, because it's everyone else's fault in his mind. It's everyone else's fault. It is not his fault. It is not her fault. It is everyone else's. It's them. Everyone's bad and they're good, and everything is a conspiracy against them, no matter what. It's like, what? Like, I mean, hey, if they own vehicles, if they own houses, if they own any assets, any bank accounts, they'll all be seized. The court can take them all. They might be down a cool mil, but they're probably up a cool 2 from all of the money these people are giving them hand over fist. Like, oh, Allie broke my heart, dude. I had to actually mute myself and take myself off screen during her being on the stand because I was so upset. Like, it broke my heart. Like, Allie is I think she's 19, 18, somewhere around there. She's around my oldest daughter's age. And it broke my heart thinking that could be my kid. Like, that is just the what she has dealt with is disgusting. Same with Colin. It's gross. Like, oh, I bet Hank does know some people that could find it. Used to work in the federal level, right? Like, oh, make no mistake, they probably did hide it, but it'll be found. At least some of it, you know? Like, he needs to be in jail for the rest of his miserable life. Can sit on his tablet all day in jail that has no actually real internet. He can just text back and forth or write messages back and forth with people. She's more than bougie. People don't. I honestly think that there needs to be laws in place that people that act lunatic like that and narcissists, because they're so good at hiding certain things and blaming their victims. That's what they do is victim blame, victim blame, victim blame. And it works sometimes. It works in the court system. It works with cops. Like, it works. It just does. People believe it for some reason. They're just good at that. But I do think that, like, something's got to give when it comes to this. Like, this is a huge problem. I don't know where all these narcissists are coming from, but a lot of people who have had to leave a narcissist or try to escape a narcissist know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know, girl. Listen, lots of hugs. Been there. Been there. Been there. Well, I mean, he claims he makes $50,000 a month. He claimed that in an article. Then he claimed recently, there was another one where he claimed a little bit less, but, like, still around a decent amount. So if you're going to make those claims, the court's going to want to know, why would you make those claims if it wasn't true? We're going to see, the courts get everything. They want to know all your bank accounts. They want to know, like, they're going to see if you took money out and put it in someone else's bank account. Like, they're going to see all your financials. Like, if anybody could find it, I bet Hank could. Absolutely. Yeah, they all say they're working for free, right? Where's all the money going, as we know? Like, first of all, Alan Jackson and David Yannetti were paid before the fundraising ever started. So they were already paid their $450,000 between the two of them before fundraising ever started. So where is all the money? Even if you paid every expert, dude, that amounts to like 60, 80, maybe 1,000. Where's the rest? Where's the rest? Where did it go? Which way did it go, George? Which way did it go? Karen hates the Sullivan sisters because they can show how she can snap and look like a lunatic in 2 seconds over something so innocent. That's why she hates them. And also, I think she hates them because she's jealous. I think she knows that they're decent looking girls. And I think to her, it was like some sort of like, oh, well, now you're an enemy of mine. Like, I know women like that. It's gross. We should want to push each other up and be happy for each other. And there are other women that just like, everybody is some sort of like, it's a competition with everyone. And it's like, that's not the way everything doesn't have to be a competition. Like, you don't have to have, like, not everyone is a competition. That's just bottom line. Like, someone's better looking than you. Cool. Someone has better, they make better money. They're a better attorney, better lawyer, better doctor, better whatever. You should be happy for them as their friend or somebody who knows them. Like, it shouldn't be like, oh, well, I need to tear them down because I'm upset about it. Like, try to get to their level. I don't ask them for tips, help. Hold each other up. Stop tearing each other down. It's like, this is the shitty ass world we live in and we need to do better. Bottom line, we need to do better. Oh yeah, it works with cops. Believe you me, dude. I'm a DV survivor. I don't like the word victim. Survivor. And for some reason, the cops just magically believe them. Like, yeah, but that's very true. Not all narcissists and sociopaths are murderers, but all murderers are narcissists and sociopaths in a way, or psychopaths. See you later, Suzanne. There's like forensic scientists right for like finding money or something. I know I'm saying. Yeah, there is like financial people that dig for that kind of stuff. plus, yeah, exactly. Plus they took the liens on her house. So they got paid a hefty amount, you know, hefty amount. I think they already know. As far as I know, there were like 2 people, and I heard this a while ago, so I'm not sure where it ever went, but there were at least 2 people that I saw that said that they reported. I have no idea if they actually did or whether they just said that, but I know of one that I know of that did. So I mean, I don't know where it ever went. I'll have to ask her. She was in here earlier. I'll have to ask her because she had reported him. She said, you know, it's like, bro, what? What? Like most of mine goes in my PayPal account. So PayPal takes a chunk of it because it's my business account. So they take 3%, I think it is, and then another 3% when I transfer it into my bank account. So they take a hefty fee, but I get a tax form for that every year, and I can fill out the tax form for that. So it's like, bro, claim your shit and you won't have to worry about it. Like, claim your shit. You don't have to worry about it, dude. It's that simple. No update? We haven't got any update on jurors yet? Anybody see anything? I think it's about time to wrap it up. I'm going to check donations before we go. If anybody wants to do so before I check them, this is the information. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I'd appreciate it. Obviously, as always, if you do one when I'm not live anymore, I will read it on the next one. Today is Friday. I'm going to attempt to do a semi-nighttime live today. If I do not get to that one, you guys still have me Sunday, and I'm going to attempt one either Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning. When I figure out what time, I will post. Or what you'll see is I'll just make the live and it'll pop up on YouTube saying like what time it will be live. So yeah, it's obnoxious, Maureen, isn't it? Like, it's obnoxious. Goddamn PayPal. I had a personal account where I could just pay taxes on them before, but as we know, Free Karen Reed completely halted that by harassing my old one, and it was on like a freeze. So you know. All right, let's get to reading what's left. If there's any donations, we're going to read them. I know these probably came in a while ago, guys. I apologize. We have... Hold on. Oop. From Arlene. Again, thank you, Arlene. We have a $40. She said, for you and your kiddos. Thank you very much. And then there's one more. Hold on, let me get to it. I'm going to try to keep it together reading this. So this is from our anonymous friend, which I appreciate more. And it is, yes, it does, Joy. If it's through Cash App, I don't get any fees taken out, thankfully. Cash App or Venmo, there's no fees. PayPal's where they get you with the fees. Can I pull up Tuesday's new video on X? Tuesday has a video on X? Hold on. Hold on. I will check. I want to read this, though. This is important, but I will. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Is it the him too one? Is that the one? Freak, is that the one we're talking about? The him too? Yes. All right, hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on. My hands are sweaty. I don't know if you guys are going to get audio, though. That's the weird thing, is the audio, but It's the sound of a car crash. And then Karen saying, John, I fucking hate you. Yep, the audio, but that's what it was, is car crash sound. And then her, you guys have to go look at Tuesday Gazette's thing because I guess it's not showing up with the audio. I don't know what the deal is with my audio. I have to friggin' fix it. It's StreamYard did whatever it friggin' did today. But you can check Tuesday Gazette and you can hear it, but it's Karen's voicemail, her voicemail, where she says, John, I fucking hate you. You know, so that is okay. So back to this because I want to read this before I end this. This is really important. This is from our anonymous friend, and it's a very generous donation. And I might just go cry now. But it says, and I find the comment because it's funny, but it says, for the crotch goblins, because I have one, love anonymous, and it is a $500 donation, which is extremely kind and generous, and it will go well to good use. Groceries, laundry, gas bill. But that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you guys always, per usual. I appreciate all of you more than you guys know. I enjoy being here with you guys, and I think the trial is going to be fun to cover it. I know a lot of it is them talking, but when we get sidebars, we get to comment, and we do have a blast over here. I just have to figure out how I'm going to do lunch the entire time. So you guys are going to have to deal with me maybe munching and putting myself on mute or turning the camera off when I'm eating, because I'm going to have to figure out how I can eat during this entire trial. Last trial was rough. I was starving last time. But thank you so much, you guys. I'm like humbled. I am. I'm humbled. I don't really know what else you can say besides thank you, because I feel like that's just kind of not enough sometimes, for such generosity. Thank you doesn't seem like it's enough. So with that, I'm going to go cry. And I will let you guys have my outro. I appreciate you all, and I will see you guys on the next live. Try to hold it together here, and I can't even press the goddamn button. Like